has messed up my Friday night. The bracket for the 2020 Straight Pool World Championship had no match on today, so I was all set, and I still am all set to do Friday night 9-ball this week, because it's the only chance I'm going to have probably in a long while to do one. And lo and behold, Fan or Wanwa, as I'm going to call him, has been in the lobby. Semi-Pro's arrived, and they're playing their winner's side match right now, so we won't hang about. We'll go in, we'll watch the first hour or so. I need to set the cloth. Where is it? There we go. So, race to 200. I don't know who won the lag, obviously, because I wasn't in time. But looks like whoever broke got away with it, because nobody scored anything. Well, that was until Semi-Pro cut that 3. Right, that's just a message to wanwa. He seems to be obsessed with people just saying things. What I say in the commentaries, what my opinion is not the opinion of everybody else, and it's not specific to no one other than the person that's shooting the ball. I always say what I see. You can either like it or not like it. It's just purely an opinion. So, Semi-Pro is off and running. Well, while he's sort of warming up, now what was I planning to do? Right, I won't bother, because I've already got the tournament page up. Good evening, gentlemen. Well, this is unexpected. This match wasn't set at all until 5 minutes ago, so it's ruined what I'd planned. The plan is, well, this is Friday night 9-ball, and because I'm off tonight and tomorrow, the plan was to do all of Friday night 9-ball, and we've got a good sign up. It's almost full. It's going to be full by 7 o'clock. So I'm going to keep that bracket up, or that tournament page up there, and then we're going to keep an eye on some of the matches in that tournament, because this match will be over long before Friday night 9-ball's over. So I'm going to go the duration. Well, there's a mistake, and there's a surprise. Oh, did VP Monster manage to get a game in as well? He's doing them just to avoid getting it streamed. Well, one was at the table on -1, but he's been given a gift here by Semi-Pro, and I think one was falling asleep, or he's writing his life story again. Right, well, the time it takes to write these bloody sentences, this match will be on for 3 hours. Jesus Christ, man. Well, I'm not going to apologise, Popman. These other guys who watched the match, they can come to your defence, or they can agree or disagree, but my God, it was shit. That's the best I can come up with as a compliment. It was absolutely dire, and I could not wait until it was over. I don't know about you guys, but I was actually getting a pain all down my left side watching that match. Absolute torture. Oh God! And then Sylvia wants me to take the match down. I don't know. No, I'm sorry, it's archived. It's there. And if ever I need to humiliate either of you at some point in the future, it's always there. Well, Stubb agrees with me. There's an unusual thing. No, it was absolutely. I mean, I'll tell you something. If I actually just compare the two of yous, Potman, you were brilliant. That's how bad Sylvia was. I mean, she was shockingly poor. I mean, to have played a match and have a high run of 7 during the whole of the match is we're talking straight in the door off the street and never played Virtual Pool 4 before. That's the level she sunk to yesterday. I mean, good. I couldn't believe it. Could not believe it. Anyway, that's over and done with, thank God. And wanwa has a chance to. Well, of course she's way better than that. Goodness me, I don't think you can get any worse than that. But I've never seen anybody play as bad in a tournament than what I saw yesterday. I mean, I've seen a lot of tournaments, and I've not seen anyone play as bad as that. It doesn't matter what game it is. Well, wanwa has gone short, so that will be end of break, and it's only going to be 7 points. Had to get up the table. I mean, a big margin of error to get up past that 14 ball on the left hand side. He's going to try and maybe spin it into this pack, maybe check it and straighten it to try and get it into the pack. I don't know whether 3 rails is on. No, I think he'd have been better if his angle was shallow. He would have been better going to that right side rail with a bit of inside left, maybe just to check it and hopefully catch a corner. But it doesn't matter now. The run is over, and that was a huge area to get that cue ball into. I mean, even if he had finished in the top cushion, he still would have had a cut in the 14, and a big target area to get that cue ball into the pack. And he's left a 3 ball on here for semi-pro, but there's nothing to be gained from it. Got to be careful though, the 1 ball's loose at the left hand corner. Well, I think probably because I wasn't looking at it, I was probably reading the chat at the time, and I had that arsehole in the chat yesterday as well, who's supposed to be a little girl, and then out of the blue somebody claiming to be their father comes into the bloody stream as well, and I had to cut the text to speech thing because she was just coming on typing crap and repetitive stuff just so the bloody voice thing would go crazy. We're talking about this person that came into YouTube yesterday who had been in before, and then, as I say, somebody turned up saying that they're living in Japan or something or some crap like that, and claimed to be their father. And of course, the first question you ask them is, I mean, if this kid's 9-year-old, what are they doing on a channel that is nowhere? It's stated that it's nowhere near aimed at kids, and why is the kid on the internet browsing the web unsupervised? So I blame the bloody parent if that was a genuine parent. They need a slap around the head. Good evening, Bill, and good evening everybody else. This is unplanned. It's ruined my schedule. I'm still all geared up for Friday night 9 ball, so I'm going to be watching it once this is done. But we've already had a a mistake from Semipro that gave wanwa a chance, and then he messed that up by not getting on a break shot. I'm going to have to nip downstairs and get my new bottle of water. I've got a couple of gulps in the bottom of this one left, and that'll never hold me out for another 4 hours. Well, Semipro's took a risk there. He's got the break, he's got a ball on. Can't get the 6, but he can certainly get the 4. And incidents like that, I mean, mistakes from Semipro are going to be probably few and far between, and the first thing you have to do as an opposing player is take advantage of them. And wanwa only got 6 points, and I'm afraid that ain't enough. Well, I know what the plan is in my head. I'm going to let all these people take the vaccine until they start dropping off. I think that's the first time in history a vaccine's been worked out in a few months and then pumped out to all the guinea pigs that are prepared to take it. I ain't going to be a guinea pig, my friend, I can assure you that. As I say to many people, the name's Shug, not Mug. So, a reminder to everybody in case you didn't know, we've got a top 10 high run list that is purely unofficial. I just copied it myself and I keep updating it once I get any updates, and well, there's been no update other than Stubbs' contribution the other night there, which was the only highlight of his match. He got a run of 72 and then cocked that up by getting dead straight on the break ball with his loose play, having to go 2 rails. That ended that, so he could have had a 3-figure run. And still at top of the board by the country mile is Semipro on 179. And I'm going to keep saying it because it's going to annoy those that said that there's going to be lots of high runs, and I said there definitely wouldn't be, not when you see what's involved in having to get there and how difficult it is. So we've still only had 1 triple figure high run. There's still a chance, of course, and you'd expect that as the bracket thins out, the quality will go up. You know, that's bound to happen. And we've got a deadline of February the 4th, which is a couple of days time, and Keith and Cobra still haven't set their match. At least they hadn't the last time I looked at the bracket earlier on. And I do believe, and again I'm only hearing this from third party information, I haven't heard direct and I haven't spoke to Keith, but according to what I've heard, Cobra's has sent a few proposals, and I don't think he's received anything. I think he'll just got enough to catch the corner. No, he's caught the middle more or less, but it's actually broke and he's gone a ball. Run goes to 13, 14. There's a bit of lag there. Now Semipro, well, it looks like lag, but Semipro I think is looking at the table maybe from top down. That's what, at least I think that's what he said the other day. Oh, dangerous. He's fell for the trap again. He's trying to force something. I mean, there was balls in the open, and that is the fatal mistake again, and that's something he shouldn't have been doing. Didn't need to stun into anything. Ball sliding, he just needed to drop round the corner if he could avoid that ball, and he'd have been on either 1, 2 or 3 balls, and it's another gift of a chance for wanwa. Should not have been doing that, and it's a fatal move every time. You're taking your life in your hands when you do it. And Semipro has made two errors, and the thing is, he's still got a lead, and if wanwa can't get this lead diminished on this visit with the amount of balls that's there, and also a good break ball, then he's contributing to his own downfall even early on. So he's got to make the most of this and put something together here. Or remember earlier on in the day, now that you mention it, whoever mentioned in the chat, I can't remember, about VP Monster playing his match. He did say, when me and Tam were playing Cowboy or whatever it was we were playing earlier on, I think it was straight pool in the 10-footer, VP Monster came in, and I think he said that he's going to get his match over and done with. He wants to go on with his life against Dirties. So did he win his match, by the way? Because I don't even know what the score was. Anyway, yeah, he did say he was going to get his match played as soon as he could find his opponent. So obviously that's happened while I was away, or while I was away driving my truck. So one was still in a deficit here. Let's have a closer look at this triangle. We've got a 6 ball, we've got a 9 ball. Their favourites is a break shot, 2 ball at the head of the pack. 150-71, yeah. I expected them to win. Yeah. So Friday night 9 ball must be full by now. There was only 2 spots left when I checked. By the way, there must be a bug in Friday night on the tournament system. When I have the players opened, the tab at the bottom of the sign up page, it shows you, and you count them down, and there's 12 players signed up. But on the top of the tournament information, in the top right, it tells you there's still 4 seats left. Sorry, there was 14 in. That's what I was going to say. There was 14 signed up, so there was only 2 seats left. But the top of the tournament sign up page said there was still 4 seats left. So there's something not getting updated in the system properly. So as soon as somebody signs up, that should update at the top, and it doesn't. Or at least you have to probably refresh the page for it to do it. Anyway, we're getting to the critical point, and one was slightly out of shape here. Doesn't want to run near that 6 ball. He's got all the room in the world to pot the 3 and go around 3 rails and go on the 2. Fairly straightforward shot. Well, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He's played for the 2 there. Sorry, the 10. Now this shot, he has to go across far enough, and it, you know, landing here is no good with the cue ball. He has to get here. If I can get my line to go straight like that, he has to be looking at that too. So he's got to get over. And it all hinges on the angle he gets on this too. If he gets a good angle like that, then it's just a simple roll through and up the table. Let's see what he thinks. get rid of those. Well, that's actually, believe it or not, that's not bad. As long as he runs far enough though. I think he could have done me a bit more angle. I mean, you look at the line that the cue ball is going to take. It's going to be something like maybe that. And so the angle's going to be kind of shallow, so he's going to have to stun it hard. Let's have a look and see what happens. It looks like the line is going to be something like that. Well, it's actually going a wee bit better, although there's distance there, so plenty of room to hit the pack. Well, my PC was doing that for a while, and I investigated all sorts of things. I did all the overheating check stuff, and it wasn't that. And there's the poor one. Well, that's every disaster that could happen in one shot. A failure to pot the 6 simply because he couldn't get close enough, and gets the hit, of course, in the pack, smashes the balls to smithereens, and then scratches. So everything that could go wrong did go wrong. Yeah, I was getting that for a period of time, and then I did a proper clean out. I did a Windows repair thing as well, which is a good program. I also got rid of audio drivers that could have been causing it as well. I never install the NVIDIA drivers. Every time I update my NVIDIA graphics through the NVIDIA Experience thing, I never install the NVIDIA physics driver. I always just go with my sound driver that's already there. And well, touch wood, I haven't been. I'll tell you another weird thing I've been having, by the way. Here's another weird one that was causing the PC to shut down, and it was happening on, I think it was happening on, I think it was happening on Firefox, which is why I got rid of well, I've still got Firefox on the PC, but I don't use it. But sometimes when I was opening it, I could just be on a tab on Firefox, and then I would try and open another tab, and then suddenly the PC would reboot, and it would restart, and that'd be it. And it's happened more than once, but I'm back to using Chrome now, and I've not had any problems. I don't know what the hell that was, but I've done, you do all the virus check, the malware checks, everything, a proper clean out to try and resolve anything that might be there. But that was a weird one that was happening. Well, wanwa, I don't know what he got in that run, but it wasn't much, and it's allowing Semipro to maybe settle in after his 2 unexpected errors. But you cannot miss a break ball. But as I say, if you can't get really good on it and get close to make your life a lot more comfortable, these balls can be missed, especially if you're not. See, the thing is, with that shot that he had, you don't need to think about getting into the pack, because it goes into the pack anyway. That's bullshit. PC's fine. It hasn't shut down for months now, and I'm sitting here with no problem. Well, you've got to do the basics. What you don't do is bloody shut down your PC and do a Windows reinstall without doing an investigation, as some folk would panic and do. I mean, and I do watch the I do a lot of I've got a lot of sites that I go to which are effectively dodgy as far as watching sports streams go, and that's not to say that you don't catch something off them, but it's only a rarity. It's worth the risk. So 2 ball is more than likely going to be it, but he's got to get good on the 5, and this is not a nice angle, so he may well be stunning back up the table here. End rail, back out, and the problem with this shot is he's close to the rail. It just makes it a wee bit more difficult to control. He's got the slight angle. Cue ball running loose. Well, this is awkward. He's either going to have to cut the 3 or play 2 long distance combos here, neither of which are gimmies. He's got a very thin 11 ball along the rail. That's tight. Well, unless he's looking around, but that looks like the one he's chosen. And in it goes. And he's back in play. Friday night 9 ball is half an hour away. Let's see. Yeah, it's saying 4 open seats there. Let's refresh it and see what it shows now. It's now showing 3. Somebody must have pulled out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. Yeah, somebody must have pulled out. There was 14 in a while ago. Somebody's bottled it. So loads of balls here to choose from. It would be nice to get on that 14 just to get it out of the way. And is that... Oh, that goes, so he can get rid of that if he wants. That would... well, the 13's already opened up. If he can get on it from this side. So he doesn't really have to move anything if he can get on the 13. He's just trying to nudge. Might even be able to take the 12 if he wants. Again, if you fall this side or the other side, you can take the 12 or the 13, especially where the 3 is. You can get on the 13 from there. And that, well, it's not perfect because I was looking for a break ball there. It may well be the one. That 13, had it came down the table towards us a bit, would have been ideal. If he's going to keep that ball up the table, it would be used to get to the break shot. He's going to take it now though. No, he's not. He's left it there. Good evening, welcome aboard. This is a winner's side match between Wanwa from Italy, Semipro from England, race to 200. How many's in this room? 6. Well, it looks as if it is going to be the 13. It's right at the head of the pack, and he's going to have to play a good one here, because this is not a great ball, this 14. And it's going to be the cut into the middle. It's all about the cut. You don't need to worry about the pack again, you just need to worry about the cut. Total focus on that. Well, it's going to have to probably the cut combo here. 3 on to the 12, because there was no other shot. And the 11's a little cut, the 3's a cut back. Yeah, I mean that's crazy. That 2,948 is a straight pull rating. That's why all the ratings should be reset, so everybody can start from scratch again, when presumably they're now working, if you know what I mean. All these people that benefited from the ratings, I think, were broken on 2 or 3 different games. They certainly were broken in Cowboy, and they were broken in Straight Pool. Because nobody gets to 2,900 in Straight Pool. I don't care how good they are. And likewise with Cowboy, you've got Mr. Fox in 2,900. You've got VP Monster in 2,700. You've got Tornado Tam 2,700. You've got me on 2,002, and I can't get any points off any of them when I win, which is ridiculous. Yep, a complete reset on ratings. As much as that's going to upset the ratings whores, as we call them, it means that everything thereafter should be genuine. So Semi-Pro, slowly but surely, building up a healthy lead. The run goes to 37. The 9 ball is sitting prime. That's perfect where that is. And he's got all those balls up the table to choose from to get on it if he wants. 14's down this side. It's not going to be doing much unless he wants to try and play to the corner of the pack, but it's never a great ball there where that's sitting. And I always imagined that the balls were tight to that triangle, those black lines, and they're not at the back of the pack. There's a big gap, and you think the pack's closer to that corner of the triangle than it is. It's a wee bit misleading. I don't remember doing any. I don't remember Steve doing anything in the ratings. I've never seen it. I mean, otherwise, why are these guys still get crazy numbers? Well, I think he's going pretty straight here. He's got a slight angle again, but is he going to get enough momentum into this to catch the pack and get them open? Run goes to 42. Well, the cue ball's died, but he's got a shot, and that's exactly the way you want it. But you don't want it to die in the pack, but you don't want it to have loads of spin or forward momentum. As long as it kills and dies and you're on a ball, that's perfect. Now, is he prepared to take a risk here? He's going to get rid of the 5 first, but that 10 ball's a good angle to break those balls. He's gone for the draw to do it, and he's lucky that the 14 is there and the 7, because again he would have had none there. Well, as long as he cuts the cowboy one down to 2002, I'll be quite happy, because that means I don't lose any points. All of mine are all hard earned and genuine. So remember, for any latecomers, we had 2 errors early on from Semipro, unexpected, and wanwa had 2 chances, and I think on his 3rd chance he came to the break ball. The break ball was a 6 ball on the right side of the pack, but the cue ball went way down table, or up table as we look, so he left that distance, and in the end he missed the 6. And from that miss, he smashed the balls all over the place. The cue ball then scratched, and since that happened, this is the result. Semipro on 51. 1 ball again is looking very likely as a nominated break ball. 15 ball in the pack. Can take that whenever he wants. He can pot the 2. I think he's gone straight in the 2 though. He can squeeze a wee angle just to get onto that 15 if he wants. Into the right middle or draw back, whichever he's comfortable with. Right, that's that bottle away. Now then, he's got more angle on the 7 than he would have liked. He doesn't want to come out and go straight. Well, he's done what you don't really want to do. He's got that distance, and it just makes the pot more difficult. And the other thing is, he's aiming at the top of the cue ball, and if he starts jacking up to dig down, it makes the shot even more difficult again. I'm drinking bottled water, that's what I'm drinking. And he's played that fairly well. Still got a couple of balls to take care of. That 15 ball is a blocking ball, so that's going to have to go. And then of course there's these 2 or 3 clusters that are there. Yeah, I'm celebrating New Year with a bottle of chilled water. The run is 59, and the punishment is getting even more severe for wanwa. I mentioned this before as well. When and if he gets back to the table, he's going to be under so much pressure to produce the goods, and more than likely push the boat out too far and play straight into Semipro's hands. And it is of course genuine to assume that someone with a 2,948 rating should be well capable of producing the goods when the chips are down and when you need to do it. Well, I heard various rumours about manipulating your rating by a certain person. I won't say any more than that. Because there's no proof. It's only word of mouth. Now with this shot, is he going to check it up to stay inside? He looks as if he's putting a wee bit of right on it just to check the cue ball and straighten it like that to stop it squirting down to the left. And now he's got a perfect angle to catch this pack. The run goes to 70. And that break was perfect. The cue ball hit the pack, and again the pace was killed in the cue ball off the pack, and they have split very nicely indeed, because this layout here is all about just picking your way through them. Nothing has to be moved. He could probably take the 7 ball now if he can see it. Let's have a look. Yeah, he could, I think. That's the only slightly awkward one. Maybe not. Maybe he wasn't comfortable that he could see enough of it, but he's got an awful lot more points to be had first. Run goes to 73. Whatever turns you on. As long as you're not knocking one out in front of the PC while you're watching this. Well, that's not improved the situation. But he might have a combo there if he fancies it. And we've already got a break ball in place which he's just run into, and that's not what he wanted to do, because the 6 ball and the 1 ball are now dead. They're no good as break balls. That 1 ball was perfect, and he's committed the cardinal sin there had he chosen that as his 1 ball by running into it. Well, it wasn't me that started it. Stephen Lee said, "Semi, make me erect." And all I suggested was that he wasn't knocking one out while he's in front of the PC watching this. So, Semipro into triple figures, a huge lead and a huge ask for wanwa to live up to that 2,948 rating. The question is how much pain and damage is wanwa going to be receiving here. I would suggest that he's got a few wounds that he's going to have to recover from at the end of this visit. Now the 6 ball is not bad. The problem being that where Semi's landed, he's having to take the 11 and get onto this 5 good, and this is never an easy shot. Now he's checked to cue ball again. Left hand English checks the cue ball, or at least it looked as if he did. Now has he got the angle, or is he bolt straight? Look at it, like a ramrod, and it's all about the draw, and that looks perfect. Once again, full focus on the pot. You don't worry about the pack. It's a given that you're going to hit the pack, but got to watch the cue ball doesn't run loose and make sure he gets the pot. We're in 84 and the cue ball has gone to the side rail. It was running loose, and he's got a ball and he can continue. Got a problem in the side rail, and he's got plenty of options available to disturb. He might even, can he cut that 10? If he can cut that 10, he's certainly going to disturb them. Oh, he's thinned it. He's made a cock up, and the run comes to an end on 85. Well, now's your opportunity. What has wanwa got? I don't think he's got a shot more than anything. He's got absolutely jack here. Look at that. I mean, that's going to annoy him. He's got absolutely nothing. He's got a half-hearted attempt at a combo here, but this is really unlucky, or really lucky, whatever way you want to describe it. But Semipro has got himself right out of jail there with that miss, and even if he'd actually got the pot, he wouldn't have ended up here. And one was having to call the 3, and in it goes. He deserved to get that, considering what he was lumbered with, but what's he going to get from this visit? That's the big question. And to be honest with you, he's got to get at least 50-60 here to have a chance to get back in the game. If it's 10s and 12s, forget it. Again, that shot there was totally unnecessary. Absolutely no reason whatsoever to be playing big draw shots. And I have to say, that is not the shot that a 2,900 player would play. You don't need to play big draws when the balls are there to be taken. You're just putting yourself at risk. The one to worry about is that 5 ball. If you can get out into the table up by the middle pocket, you can get the cut in the 5. That's the one that you should be working to try and cut it and get rid of it, or disturb that 13 and 8, because they're not in a good position. The 13 will go up top into the top right hand corner if you can get short on it on this side towards us as we look. The cue ball running away loose again with no real thought of where he's going. He's left it short if he was playing for the 1. It's going to have to be the bailout. Now sooner or later you're going to run out of bailout balls. So this is not pretty. And got to try and go over to the right. You're bound to be on one of those balls in the middle of the table. If you can get over to the right, you can get rid of the 13. Well, it's going to have to be the 15 as a bailout now. And like I say, we are running out of options here. And there's a perfect break ball sitting there. That 14 is ideal, but it may well be moved if he's going to try and blast into these somehow or other. Now, can he get the 5 this time? Yes, he can, and needs to get a wee bit of spin on this cue ball to avoid the 14. If you just go square off the rail, the chances are you're going to come across and run into the 14, but you want to go behind it and avoid it if you can. Well, commentator's eye. And now he's got no ideal break shot. The 2 ball, well, the 2 ball might do. It's very tight though, and we've still got a problem on the right side rail. I know what I'd be doing. I'd be cutting the 11, because that 11 gives you every chance to get the cue ball over to this 8 and 13 and move something. I mean, you've got to fancy the chance for the cut. Well, he's played a draw again, and it's managed to free it up. But is that 2 ball going to remain as a break shot? We've still got this 1 lying down table or up table as we look. And if you're going to, the thing with this is, if you're going to leave that 1 ball up there, not only have you got to get on it, but you have to play the shot in such a way that the cue ball does come up the table. You don't want to be just rolling the 1 in and leaving a big long break shot. He's already failed in 1, and you've got to learn your lesson and try and get the cue ball into the middle of the table, up somewhere like the middle pockets towards the middle right side of the table, to play that 2 as a break shot. So get rid of the 11. If you can draw straight back, well, there's a 2 ball gone as well now. Again, cardinal sins are being committed here. That break ball, that 2 ball would have been a break ball. It was outside the pack, and now he's got nothing. Not really. If he's running down for the 1 now, the problem is he's got to get good in the 12. So this is involving far too much cue ball movement to be reliable enough to get good on a break shot. He could, I mean, there's no value in dropping the cue ball into the triangle, because you've still got that 12 ball in the head spot in the break. The run goes to 11, but it's threatening to peter out here. Well, let's have a look at this 12. This 12 ball has to be played with a tiny feather of right English, so that when it hits that end rail, it comes up into the middle of the table. He's playing it with left English by the look of it. Again, not the shot, I'm afraid. It has to be a bit of right, and when I'm talking about a bit of right, I'm talking about the ball was there sort of, and the right English would have hit the rail and brought that cue ball back up this way to leave that potting angle to get into the pack. So this is unconventional from what we would think, but he's got a break and he's got a ball. Well, he's, well, there was the 2 ball was a break ball. He's trying to get into the pack there off that. there's no point in trying to get into the pack with a ball where it's not ideal to do it. You're trying to create something out of nothing, and the worst thing happens, the cue ball starts flying around the table. So there is 5 minutes left for Friday night 9-ball, and it's full now according to that. So got a full house for that tournament. It'll take about 4.5 hours, so I'll be able to watch some of that. And no prizes for guessing what's going to happen here. The cut and into the pack. Now, has he got a shot? Well, he's got an awkward one over the 14 for that 3 into the right middle. He's not got much else. It's going to have to be the 3. It's going to have to be the 3. There's nothing else on. And this is where you jack your cue up. You use 9 balls tip of the day. Makes it a lot easier for aiming. I think at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how he gets this. Good evening, Happy New Year, and Happy New Year to everybody else who's interested. It doesn't matter how he gets there. It might not be pretty, but the more important thing is not how pretty it is, as far as one was concerned. What's the most important thing is putting points on the board and taking advantage of what he's got. He's got everything to choose from here, and these should all be going. Every ball here should be disappearing. Well, that just got there. It just got there. So welcome to all the latecomers. Earlier on today, the plan was for Friday night 9-ball. It still is, but of course, one was in the lobby. Semipro turned up, and then Semipro managed to talk him into getting the match underway. Is that another one arranged? Well, that will mean that your match is at 5. Is that 5 PM GMT? You said. So if it is that match, and then there's I think it's LS3. We'll get Larry in the morning. Larry and Cobra. Sorry, Larry and what the hell's the name? Snake Eyes. We'll get them. The two of them are going head to head tomorrow at 8 PM. I'll say that again. Tomorrow at 8 AM, breakfast time. GMT, I'll be there for that. And then we have, well, it'll be your match with Hazad at 5 PM tomorrow, and then at 7 PM it's LS3 and Mr. Fox. So that'll be 3 matches tomorrow. That 6-ball has to keep tight there. It was running out. But once again, the big question is where's the break ball? And while he's doing that, I'm going to nip down and get my new bottle of water. Back in a sec. Right, I'm back. Well, that's gone a bit too thin. It's still not bad as a break shot, but he's got to hit this pack solid. He doesn't want to skim off it. Skimming off the pack is dangerous. And look at the cue ball. Oh, he's got lucky there. But that will do. As I say, it might not be pretty, but that's not the most important thing here. The most important thing is reducing the deficit. And the other thing, of course, is we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let me just count them again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 10 balls in the open that can all be potted without having to move anything. And he should be taking that 6 ball right now, because that's ideal to open the other ones. And he's ignored it. And he's going to scratch. Oh dear, that was poor. Because he was on the 6 ball, and the 6 ball would have allowed him to run into the ones that were there and open them with that first opportunity. And he's made a major mistake there. Again, the cue ball running loose, not under control, and he's going to get punished. The run ends in 27, and Semipro are just going to feed off the scraps here. Why he didn't take that 6 ball, I don't understand. I mean, all those other balls were in the open, so at some point you're going to have to take a chance to open what was left there, and the 6 ball was sitting ideal just to disturb the rest of those. Didn't need to be brutal, just needed a nudge here and there to free things up. And what does he do? I think it was, well, I don't know what ball it was, but cutting it into the middle, and then had to take evasive action for a scratch. And I'm afraid 28 should have been 58 at least. It's fallen short of what was required to get really back into the match. Semipro taking a risk there. He's got a bailout. And let's, while Semipro is picking these off at the moment, let's have a quick look at the bracket and see what. And this is a Friday night 9-ball bracket, I hasten to add. This isn't the straight pool one. We've got Bill against Dirties, and he's getting 6 and out. And Supermalt's playing Christian getting 7 and out. Sylvia playing Dubrovnik. Sylvia's getting the 8 ball. Larry playing Spectre Dawn. Cobra playing Miasma. Miasma's getting 6 and out. LS3 playing Ice Age. Ice Age getting 7 and out. And Stub playing, who the hell's that? What does that say? Stipe 80, and he's getting, I can't read that, the 5 ball. And Bankster is playing SD92, and SD92's getting what looks like 6 and out. Right, so that's just started. Meanwhile, Semipro is going to be stretching his lead again. Maybe have to, I don't know whether that's too straight to play a stunt, because the 4 and 9 are locked up. Yeah, he's trying to just break them. Good shot. And there's nothing that's an ideal break ball, but he's going to have to manufacture something here. Could use the 1. I mean, the one surefire way to guarantee you get a good break shot with that 1 ball is potting the 14, potting this 11, and leaving the cue ball there. And if you're playing the 1 that way, you can then go that way into the pack, but it's going to be the big flat back pack. That's what you don't want. But that's going to be the shot. He's just going to kill it stone dead. Or is he going to roll inside? He's going to roll inside. Still the same result here. He's got to try and catch the corner of the pack than the solid wall. And he's hit them right in the middle, but he's ran off them and he's on a ball. In fact, he's only on one ball, I think. Yeah, it's going to be the 15 down the rail. And there's a cluster right in the middle of the pack, which is bound to find a way to disturb them. We might try it here as well, cutting this 8 ball in a little stun across. Well, that's improved it. There's nothing needs to be moved now. I mean, that 6 and 2 both go. He's just brushed them open again, and now everything's on. And with that shot there, that nudge, I think, on the 6 and the 4, that 4's just fallen into place for his break shot. And well, the 7's at the top of the pack. I think the 4 ball is a shot. That's the one to work your way around and avoid, and not do anything to run into it. Just pick your way through these balls. Well, the 4's going to go, so that's now got me thinking again. It might be the 7 right at the top of the pack. I don't think it's, I mean, the 2's right at the top of the pack as well, so it's got me puzzled now what we're going to be doing here. So today, or well, yesterday anyway, what day is the day? This is the first still, isn't it? I'm losing track. Today we are officially out of the EU as far as the market goes and all of that crap. But I hasten to add, Scotland didn't vote to be part of that. I just thought I'd mention that. We get dragged out along with the English against our vote. Politically, in this United Kingdom, as they like to call it, we get dragged along with the English, as does everybody else. Well, he's got a fairly easy shot to get out and get good in the 7. And that will do. So the run is 27, and the punishment that Semipro is going to inflict on you, no matter who you are in this tournament, if you're making mistakes, it's a fair shot that the punishment is going to be a lot more severe if you're landed up against Semipro. And he's maybe going to have to call the little combo here. I think that's dead set, is it? Can't miss it. So it's of paramount importance that you make as much as you can from the chances you get, which might not be a lot. And it's going to be very difficult to stay with Semipro unless you play to a similar standard. I'll tell you something though, it's going to be a long while before there'll be another independence election, because there's too many in Scotland are chicken. They're scared of the unknown and not prepared to commit themselves. . Anyway, there we go. The old heave-ho from Semipro. That's a new one. That's my new punchline for Semipro. The old heave-ho from Semipro. And where did the cue ball go? There we are. The run ends on, I think, 29. And it's a lifeline for wanwa. Can he put 40 or 50 on the board minimum? I mean, let's face it, he's had 4 or 5 chances here and just hasn't been able to construct a really meaningful visit. Something that would inflict some sort of level of pressure on Semipro. And of course we've also got 2 issues here, the 15 and the 3, and the 1 and what looks to be the 11 or the 13. I think it's the 13. They're not sitting anywhere near ideal position, but if you can pot the 12 and stun across, he could hit something. You can do it off the 5 if you can pot the 5. Little nudge will do, and that's taking care of the problem. Now the other problem is, where's the break shot? There's nothing really inviting the 2 ball. Again, the 2 ball's an ideal break ball, and the reason I'm saying that is if you left the 12 ball as your last ball, you want to kill the cue ball to here and pot that 2, and the cue ball goes into the top of the pack. That would be one way of getting the break shot. So you would leave the 12 ball really as your last ball, and if you're going to do the pattern right, you would pot that, roll that up into there, finish this one in here, leave the cue ball there, or there if possible, cut that into there and smack into the pack. That's the pattern to get that done, to use the most of that 2 ball. So now it looks like the 2 might be going. Is he going short? Well, he has to simply get the 15 ball. He's going to hit the pack with a wee bit just below the equator. Doesn't need to get a lot of power in this. If he's putting a lot of draw in this, the cue ball could end up anywhere. And he's running along the balls, and he's got a shot. Six ball is a straight in shot up the table, top left hand corner. Of course, there's also a slight problem on the right side with the 5 and I think the 14 locked up on the side there. Little gentle cannons is all you should be playing, you know, just to help a ball into play. You don't need to blast everything. When you've got the angle, you use the angle that you've got and you do a little nudge. It might be a little stun onto it, maybe a little run off a rail into a ball, you know, nothing severe. But he's got to be thinking about what's going to allow him just to nudge onto that rail and kick into those 2 balls. Let's have a look. Well, he's the wrong side of the 8 to try that. The 7 ball's not really ideal for that either. Well, he could cut the 10 and let the cue ball run down this inside right here. As he disconnected? Oh, cue ball, I thought he disappeared there. He could try cutting the 10. He's got a perfect angle on the 10 to cut it and run down the right hand side and just nudge these 2 balls. What the hell happened there? Semi-Pro's back at the table. What did he miss? I'm falling asleep here, or I'm out of sync. I didn't even notice that wanwa had missed. Why did nobody tell me? Or did this happen when I was away getting my bottle? Maybe that's what happened. That's why I've lost track there. Right, let's have a quick look at the bracket and Friday night 9 ball for the latest scores. Well, Mr. Bill looks to be cruising through his match against Dirties. 2 racks all with Super Malt and Christian. Sylvia 4-2 up against Dubrovnik. Larry trailing by 3-2 with Spectre Dawn. Cobra 3-1 up against Miasma. LS3 4-2 up against Ice Age. Stub 6-1 up against Stipe 80, and Bankster 6-1 up against SD 92. It was I tell you, my concentration just disappears. I never even noticed what happened. Totally missed it. Anyway, it's 162 to 43. He's going to have to draw off this 3 a wee bit just to make sure he hits them. And what's he got? Well, the answer again is not a lot. He has got a very ugly shot here. It's just going to have to be the 11. There is nothing else. Right into the top right hand corner pocket. That'll go. Well, I think he can just kill the cue ball if he can and take that 14, or he could kill it and take the 13 and try and get into the stud 1 or 2 if he wants. Let's see what he does. Well, he's trying to stun across. Well, I'll tell you something. He's lucky. As he got the 14, he can just see it. And now everything's fine. He doesn't need to do anything else. They're all sitting. And they're all waiting to go. And Semipro on a run of 31. Now, has wanwa played his last shot then? The one that I missed? Whatever shot it was. So once this is over, I'll be going to pick one of the matches on Friday night 9 ball. The tournament's got a long way to go. So 168, 69, 70, 1, 2, 3, 75. He'll be what, like 25 within the finishing line. And he'll be looking to get this over and done with at this visit. And the 4 ball looks to be the nominated break shot, and he's got good opportunities, good choices to get on the 4 good, so he should be into his next rack. The odds are stacked very favourably here for Semi-Pro to take this out. Well, he can go 3 rails if he wants. He's got plenty of room, but he's playing it safe. Looks to be he's going to roll the 6 in, roll off the side rail and come out. How does that look? That's not bad. He might just want to kill it there or come back an inch. Yeah, he could have come back maybe an inch, but this should be fairly comfortable, and it doesn't need to force it. He's going to hit those 2 balls. Cue ball squirting away, but he's okay, and the run goes to 41. The contributions that Semi-Pro's making are far more consistent than we've seen from most players in this tournament, which is why it's not unexpected that he's got the high run, that he's the current champion, and we need to see that level of consistency from a few others, and scoring more heavily when you're at the table, when you're getting chances, because that's how you will put pressure on him. If you can't do that and you can't contribute, the inevitable's just going to happen. It's all a question of how much time it's going to take, but Semi-Pro's going to get to the line before you are if you don't compete. So 20 points away, so he needs another rack. So he's had well, he's had what, 2, 3, 4 errors during this match, and let's be honest, that's not a lot compared to the amount of errors we saw yesterday. You know, it's very minimal, but it needed wanwa to be scoring an awful lot more heavily. To be in this match with a chance, and he hasn't done it. I suppose the only good thing as far as wanwa's concerned is that he's what, 600 odd points in front of Semi-Pro. Well, his straight pool rating's not going to take a hammering because he's not going to lose any points, so he'll be probably quite happy about that outcome by the time the tournament's over. And the break ball is there, the 11 ball is perfect, and the 5 ball, this is the other thing about getting a break shot. If the second last ball is adjacent to where the break ball is, it makes the life so much simpler. Look at all he has to do here. All he has to do is run through 3 inches, 3 or 4 inches off this 5 ball, and he's perfect. That's how simple it is to get to a break shot, as long as you plan your route. And if it is adjacent, it's very easy to get on the break ball. So Semi-Pro is 9 away, and all the balls are available. The run is 55, and well, the tour ratings won't change either. I think Steve's got a threshold of where you can get points off someone. I think it must be like 400 or something, and Semi-Pro's 600 odd behind, so there's nothing going to happen here. Nobody's going to take any points off wanwa in this tournament. Even less likely that's going to happen in the one-loss side, which is where he's going to end up. So 6 away, and all 6 balls are there. So Semi-Pro marches on, but he's now marching into the thick of things on the bracket. We'll have a quick look at the bracket once this match result goes up, just to get us up to date. A reminder as well, I haven't had a chance to speak to Keith, but Keith and Cobra have still to set their match, and they're running out of days. It has to be played by January the 4th. And this for the match, and the run will end on 64, and it's a very comfortable win for Semi-Pro. Way too consistent, give or take those errors early on. The scoring is more than good enough to take him through against most players in this tournament, so it's a big ask for whoever is going to be competing with Semi-Pro. So we'll bring up the bracket. That's the Friday night 9-ball one. See how long this bracket takes to go up. This really does crawl for me, so it does, this internal browser. There we are at last. Right, so that match should have updated now. Where the hell is it? If I went past it again? How difficult is it to see 2 people in a bracket? There we go. Right, so Semi-Pro is through to play Mooncake, and well, Mooncake is well capable of scoring. He's well capable of making at least a match of it against Semi-Pro, so it is going to be a step up. Mooncake's going to have to be good, and he's going to have to be consistent, and he's going to have to take advantage of what chances he's going to get. So well, as was mentioned earlier, we've got the 3 matches tomorrow. Right, to hell with that, I'm fed up mucking about with that bracket. Back to Friday night 9-ball, and let's have a look at what's happening. Mr. Bill is 6-2 up against Dirties. Super Malt, let's just update this thing. Right, well, we've got Stubb against Bankster. Bankster looks to be getting the 5-ball in round 2. Larry's 5-4 up against Spectre Dawn. Let's go in and see that match. That's a close match by the look of it. Now, am I going to jinx Larry on this 9-ball? This to take him to 1 away. And then it goes. So remember, Friday night 9-ball, race to 7 in the winner's side, race to 4 in the 1 loss side, and it's winner breaks. So Larry breaking for the match. In goes, I think, the 4 ball. And it looks like he's got a straight in 1 ball. What else has gone? Just a 4. And if he can kill the cue ball, he's got the 2 past the 7. I don't know how. He looks fairly straight. Well, he's actually killed that too good. He's left it awkward. Result through: Sylvia's beaten Dubrovnik 7-4. So anyway, thanks to those that were watching. You may well have gone, but I'm going to stay here for the rest of this, however long it takes. That was my intention at the start of the night. So that was by way of a bonus. Those 2 guys, Semipro and wanwa, getting their match arranged. Have a quick look, see if there's any conversation going on in the lobby. Maybe not. Well, Larry's looking good here. He should have this match over and done with. Another result through. LS3 beats Ice Age 7-5. He might try and stun this in and get the spin going. That's got him out into the table, but he's left it long. But he should be rolling this in fairly simply enough. So Larry sends Spectre on to the 1 loss side, and we'll get an update on that. Right, so Larry's through to round 2 to play Sylvia. Cobra's playing LS3. Stubbs 3-1 up, and we've still got a match going on in round 1, which is Bill against Dirties. Let's see how that finishes up. Dirty's getting 6 and out, and that might be his last shot in this match. You hate when you're on the receiving end of handicap. Where the hell were you in that bracket? You were getting 6 and out against Cobra. Well, obviously he wasn't missing much to win it 7-1. If he was making mistakes and you're getting 6 and out, you'd have won a lot more racks by the look of that score. Cue ball. Oh no, he's back to 9. I thought it was a cue ball. Anyway, Bill's through. Dirty's through to the 1 loss side. And we've now got all the first round matches played. Second round match is underway. Mr. Bill to play Super Malt. Sylvia playing Larry. Cobra playing LS3, and Stubb is playing Bankster, and Bankster is getting the 5 ball. Well, let's go in and see how Stubb's getting on. Oh, he's 3-1 up. Did I say 1 each? I can't click any links in the chat, or that, or this on-screen chat. You're going to have to tell me what that is. What's that? Orgasms, young girls, what? That's a porn link. What the hell are you posting porn links for? You're bloody right there. I'm glad I've got that in video. I can use that to my advantage. You're bloody right, it's a porn link. All the time they're sitting watching the stream, they've got a second window up on Chrome. I think it was me mentioning knocking one out earlier on that's probably got them into that. When Stephen Lee mentioned what he mentioned earlier on. And all the time it's been him that's been at it. Probably ripping the head off it as we speak. Anyway, I'm glad there's no children watching. Well, Stubb's too busy, so he can't see. And Stubb doing the usual. Now, Bankster, you've got to get to the 5 ball. So with ball in hand, you don't want to be coming down the left side, so you've got to get over to that right for this 4 ball. Has he left himself enough angle to get there? See, that was poor. That was really poor. I mean, your ball in hand, the first thing you do is make sure you're giving yourself the angle to get there. And he's not doing himself any favours, I'm afraid. I think Miasma's left shamefaced and embarrassed. www.intporn.com forum something XXX video. What does that say? Shoot home video. Wild orgasms, young girls. Jesus Christ. Bullshit. I mean, how long that you sat for 5 minutes to think up of that excuse? What a load of bullshit that is. Oh, the brother's getting the blame. I love that one. That's a good one. I'll blame a brother I don't have. That'll do. They'll be gullible enough to believe that, he thinks to himself. Anyway, here we go with the old bedhead banker, whatever the hell it's going to be, from Stubb. And he's looking to play a safety. I'd be banking that 8 ball every day of the week. You've got to have 2 chances at getting it in. If he's trying to make the cut, well, he must have better eyes. He's got the jump stick out. I'd be banking that. Oh, he's played that well. Hats off to that shot. That was excellent. Now, can he pot this 9? Which will make it a wee bit more interesting. Just a straight roll in, nothing fancy. Well, that was a good get out of jail by Bankster there. But with ball in hand, you've got to do an awful lot better with ball in hand, Bankster. Oops. Nearly swallowed my mic there. Well, if Stubb can find the gap off this one ball, off the side rail, down to the left side of the 6, he can have Bankster in trouble here. He's not hit it hard enough though, although I think he's got the cover behind the 6, but he should have been looking to get down to the corner, but that will do. Oh, I think he's got lucky here. Stubb looking to kick off 2 rails. Gets the hit and gets it fairly safe, and Miasma is through to the next round. The one lost side. Ice Age is forfeited. Almost a good shot there by Bankster. Once again, he's got away with it. 3 ball hanging over the bottom right hand corner, 5 and 8 hanging over the middle. That's a good shot. I can just see the 3. But he won't be happy with that. And he's rammed in the 4. The old stop banging hope. There was a glimmer there for Bankster, but Stubbs killed that with that kick. So Stubb goes to 5-2 with the break. Seven ball goes in. I'm beginning to yawn. It's bedtime again for me. My internal body clock's kicked in. We can get to the 1. Try to cross bank it. Cue ball's going to scratch. 1 goes in. Now, Bankster, are you going to be good enough to get as far as a 5 ball? Cue ball's going to scratch. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, this is meat and drink for Stubb. Well, the only thing he can do here is hook himself behind the 9. off this 5 ball. And he's managed to avoid that, so he should be home and dry in this rack if he can get good in the 8. Into a blind pocket though. And we've got a couple of results through there in quick succession. Spectre Dawn, after his defeat from Larry, has beaten Dubrovnik 4-0 in a 1-loss side, and SD92's went to a final rack decider with Stipe 80 and wins 4-3. And meanwhile, Stubb is going to the hill, needing one more. I think that was a 5 ball, went into the left middle, and whatever it was went into the right middle. The 4. Is he playing the cut onto the 3? Looks like it. And he's missed it. But he's got away with it, I think. I don't think there's anything. Nope, blocked off by the 8. Well, Stubb will be going for that. Not a great safety there by Bankster. Well, this 2 ball is not a good bank because it's pretty much stuck to the rail, so just a sort of negative safety. Well, I could try a firm hard stun bank on this 2 and stun the cue ball down towards the 3 and 9 if we can squeeze an angle to try and do it. Stubb's going to try the billiard. That looks fairly easy to me. And well, this match should be over. So Stubb through to round whatever it is, round 3 is it? He wins the match by 7 racks to 2. Bankster moves over to the 1-loss side. Right, so quick look. Right, so we have Mr. Bill against Supermalt. Mr. Bill is given 7 and out to Supermalt. He's up 4-1. Sylvia is 4-2 up against Larry. She's getting the 6 ball, I think. And Cobra is 3-2 up against LS3. And of course Stubb is through. So I think we should watch the Sylvia Larry match. See if Sylvia can take advantage of her 2-rack lead. And she's locked up Larry. And Larry will be quite happy with that kick. That's a good kick, safe, although he may well be in trouble again in a second or two. If Sylvie can see enough of the two, she might not be able to see much of it. No, that's the problem. We're going to have to dig out the jump stick. That ended up a good result for Larry. Well, there's another bonus. The jump shot, and the ball ends up in the middle pocket, although this is a little bit more of a testy cut, this 4, but she should be on the 5, and the fact that she's getting the 6 ball means she just has to drop this 5 in, come round behind the 6, out into the middle of the table, and she'll be looking at the 6 ball into that same pocket, but she hasn't cut the 5 far enough, and Larry has a slender lifeline here. And is Sylvia going to risk the cut in the 5? Only needs to get the 5 and have a shot in the 6. Well, it wiped its feet and did everything but go in. And now everything at the bottom of the table is also on with that cannon. Larry has to get this very nice here to drop onto this 7. He's not got a lot of room, and he's played it well. The pace is good. And now can he just stun off the rail? Yes, he can. And so Larry reduces the deficit. I think that was a 7, went into bottom right. And Larry's got... Can he see this straight into the pocket? I think he can. Yeah, he can. He can cut it into the middle, but he can actually squeeze it into that top corner pocket past the 2. I don't think he fancies it though. That's a good shot. Was not easy, that one. Well, he's dead straight on the 2. Now what's happened to Larry's cue? He's appeared eventually. Does the 3 go past the 6? No, it doesn't. So he's going to have to leave it long. Now what he doesn't want to do is run into the 4 and hit it. He wants to miss the 4, and if he can, go around the corner and come out. Or is he trying to draw to the side rail at this distance, or can he run through? He's trying to miss the 4. Well, he didn't miss the 4, but he's still okay. Just pushed it up the table, so it's still in line for the top left hand corner as we look. And if he can, he looks as if he's drawing off this. Nope, just leaving the 5 long. Straight in 6. The tough one, of course, is that 8 ball. That is never a good place for any ball to be sitting. And the 8 ball is about 3mm off the rail. It's still not an easy cut, that 8 ball. And if Larry can help it, he wants to be able to cut the 6 and nudge that 8, and he's got enough angle there, I think, to do it. He might just be able to clip it. He certainly doesn't want to leave the 8 there. He wants to get it out slightly, and he hasn't. And maybe the angle wasn't good. It looked as if he had something there, but this is a tough cut. Got to watch the cue ball. Well, that's a good shot. Not easy, It was really tight to the rail, that one. It was very close to it. But Larry is now back all square, 4 racks all. Five balls going in, but no shot in the one. And the other thing is, now Larry, oh, that's the 9. He's got a cut in the one. I was going to say there, I'm looking at the table now, I thought that was the one that was blocked by the 7, but the one was on the rail. But the other thing is, if he was going to play a push out there, he should have potted the 6, because the 6 is hanging over this bottom right hand corner pocket, and Sylvia only needs to knock that in one way or another, and she's very quickly got a rack, and it's still there, and it's going to go now because Larry's missed it and he's left the 6 hanging pretty much, and it's an easy rack for Sylvia. Just has to get the 2 online and the 6 has to go in. That was a bonus. So Sylvia back in the lead, looking for a ball and a shot. Where's the cue ball going? Well, the break has given her the 2 ball, but she's got no shot in the 1. That was never going to cut, and she's left it on. You away to your bed, Mark? You must have gone to bed, surely. It's only 8 o'clock. Well, you think if Larry can pot the 3 and get good in the 4, he's got every reason he should be out here to square the match. That needs to keep running. That will do it. The only one that could be a problem is the 8 ball. I mean, he's got the option now to stun into the 9 just to open the 8 ball up. The reason I'm saying that is because when he pots the 6 and then pots the 7, it makes it more difficult to land in a good spot for this 8, because that 9 ball's there. So obviously he wants to come down the right hand side, but it's a narrower side to be taking this 8 ball from. Ah, is he? Ah, right. I thought he'd gone to bed. Well, Larry has blinked here big time. He was so focused, and that's what I say about where that 9 ball was. Larry had to make sure that he got down on this narrower side so he didn't interfere with the 9, and that's why he's missed the 7. And poor old Sylvia has done exactly what she shouldn't have done and got herself hooked. And the old capo shot doesn't get any success. Well, there's a couple of results come through. Dirties and Christian. Christian has won 4-3 in the 1 loss side, and Cobra has beaten LS3 7 racks to 2. And Larry is going to square the match again. Seven balls going to go in as well. So we lost the 5 and the 7. I don't know whether that is a good reverse bank, but Larry's not risking it. It's much easier to play a good safety shot, which he's done. And Sylvia is right locked up behind that 6 ball. Do well to get out of this. I don't really know what she tried there. If it was to try and lock 2 balls up, she had it far too heavy. So she's conceded ball in hand to Larry. And well, the 4 ball being on the right hand side will be fine as long as you leave yourself that angle, and Larry can leave himself the angle off this 3 just to keep the cue ball in the table and leave the angle like that so that he can cut across for the 6. And now can he avoid running into the 8 to get down, because he doesn't want to really hit the 8. Yeah, he's left the wee cut, but you had to avoid running into it because you don't know where it's going to end up. Could end up nailed to the rail. Well, he's left that in bedhead territory. So this cut to take him 1 rack closer to the next round. In goes the 9, and Larry breaking for the match. Three ball seriously thought about going in, but the break is dry, and Sylvia's got a shot on the 1, and as long as she can get the cue ball out into the table somewhere and can spot that 2 ball, she's got an easy combo to keep the run going. Got to get out through the gap, and she's got there. Well, that was not an easy shot, but Larry has a chance on this 4 ball. Looks as if he's going to go the 2 rails and come down past that 7 just to leave himself on the 5. I can just stun this in, and that will bring the cue ball back out for the 6. The angle's there. Now, he's got slightly more angle in this than he would really like, but I think he can still draw off it and stay on the 7. And just a gentle roll in the 7, and this match is over. Drop in the 8 and then staring down the 9. So Larry, from 4-2 down, has got it back, and he's going to win the match by 7 racks to 5. Sylvia moves over to the 1 loss side, and we'll have an update on the bracket. And well, we see Cobra's now playing Stub. Larry's waiting for the winner of Super Malt and Mr. Bill, and Super Malt getting 7 and out is within 1. So let's see. Oh, well, that looks like the match has just finished, and it has done, and Super Malt has sent Bill to the 1 loss side, so we missed out on that. And so now we're going to head straight in and see the match between Cobra and Stub, if we can get in, that is. And Stub has won the first rack. And there's no handicap here, it's scratch. And Cobra odds on to square the match from this visit. And Stub, the usual encouragement in the chat. So 1 rack all. Cue ball's going, kicked in by the 2. So ball in hand for Stub. He's going to have to play the 2-6 combo though. And the other problem is that 3 ball is tight, but it does go past the 5. If you can get on it, good. And Stub has got out of jail there slightly. He's missed the 6, and Cobra's been left with a no option combo. It's not set, so he's just got to look at the line that he has to cut that 6 by. And where's the 2 ball going to end up? That's the other question. Well, that's worked out very nice. Now he's got an angle as well to get across and on the 3, because we know the 3 goes. So let's see if that cue ball will fall into line. Well, he's going to be cutting it back, and it's so easy to overcompensate and actually just push this into the edge of the 5, so he's got to make sure he avoids it. Any contact and it ain't going in. But he's dropped nicely on the 4. The 5 is off the rail. So, it was the unforced error from Stub though that has caused this to happen. And Cobra is going into the lead, just kill the cue ball. Stone dead. Now can he take the advantage and get a ball, a shot and a run out? Well, something's went in. Cue ball's thinking about it. Oh, it went in. 2 or 3 balls in there. We've lost the 2. We've lost the 6. He's on the 1. He's on the 3. He can get to the 4. He should be out. He's got to be out here. Now, this shot, he's dead straight. He can pinch a wee bit of angle if he wants. What's he doing with the 4? Is he taking it past the 8? He is. He's not only got to make sure he pots it, he's got to still get on that 5 good. And he's sitting pretty nice now. So it is going to be a break and run for Cobra, and he's going to open up a gap. And how's Stubb going to respond if he gets a chance, that is? So 3 racks to 1 for Cobra. And I think he's dry this time. And what's more, he's got away with it. He's got Stubb locked behind the 9. Stubb looking to push. And whoever gets in here, whoever gets first chance on that 1 ball, and it might be Cobra, he should be out again. The table's sitting wide open, and Stubb knows that. And he's tried to leave it as awkward as he can, and it's not a bad effort. The thing is, Cobra can put him back in. And Cobra, though, knows that if he had put him back in, Stubb would have went for the same shot. And he's played a very good cut in that one at distance and awkward cueing. That was an excellent shot. Well, he's got a perfect line on this 3 ball to come in between the 7 and the 5 down that off that side rail. He's just jacking up a bit to make that angle. Watch the cue ball though, he's okay. Well, we know where he has to be now. Once he pots the 4, he has to get a nice angle off the 5 so he can get across to take this 6 ball down the rail here. It obviously is blocked off by the 9 into the top right hand corner pocket, so it's all about how he lands on the 5. Now you can cut this 5 in and put a bit of bottom on it and stun across, or he can go the safe route and go up the table to the top rail. Oh, has he gone far enough? He's just got there. Well, Cobra now is stretching the lead. It's now going to 4-1. But Stubb needs to get a chance. And for these last 3 racks, he hasn't had one. Four ball or 8 ball is it? 4 ball has gone in. Now of course there's no shot in the 2. He can pot the 1, but he can't get to the 2, so he'll be looking for a good safety to put Stubb in trouble here, unless he's going to try some miracle shot. No, I think he may well be going for the bank. Is he going to be greedy and go for the bank? He's only going to get 1 shot at it, and no guarantee he'll be on the 3. And Mr. Bill has come through in his 1 loss side match against SD92, 4 racks to 2. In goes the bank, but of course no shot in the 3. Good evening, Mark. It was just your name that sprung to mind. You see who died today? Who died this morning? Mark Eden. Him that was Alan Bradley in Coronation Street. He was 92. I don't know why it came into my head. It was just when I saw you were in the stream earlier on. He was in a few films in the 50s, British films, before he, and probably in the theatre as well, but then he ended up in Coronation Street. Well, that was a good effort by Cobra, but it's a chance now for Stubb, and he's got to take it out. This is a chance Stubb's been waiting on to get at least a 2nd rack on the board. Aye, Tommy Docherty yesterday. I never even knew he was still alive. I mean, he's probably been ill for a good number of years, which is why he would have been out of the limelight, and he wouldn't have been available for punditry work and that sort of stuff. I think he'd either Alzheimer's or something like that. And they're all dropping like flies. Well, that's what they mean by a long illness. It'd be something like that. It's degenerative. You're only going to get worse. Another result through in the 1 loss side. Christian has beat Bankster in the final rack decider, 4-3. And now Stubb needs to be careful here. And Miasma has beaten Sylvia in a final rack decider as well, so Miasma marches on. But of course they're going to bump into one of these guys, whoever it might be. And Stubb is going to get back to within 2 with the break, and what he needs is exactly the same as what Cobra had earlier on. He needs a break and a ball and a shot to get himself right back in the match. And a good break, lots of movement, but nothing in a hole. So Cobra looking for the push out. Now I presume that Steve-O 1158, does that mean November 1958 then? I mean, that's all I can deduce from that number at the end of your name. Hence the name, hence the nickname Grandad. Oh, you're definitely an old man. I mean, I was born in 64, August 64. And another result through, and it's another one of the Sharks has gone. Spectre Dawn has lost in a final right decider. I mean, it was that. We had 1, 2, 3 final right deciders in a row in that one lost side there. And Spectre Dawn has gone. Well, you're as young as the person you're feeling. And the other, look on the bright side, Elvis died when he was only 42. And that puts things into perspective. Poor guy was only 42, and if you've ever seen him in that final concert he done, he looked like death warmed up, bloated, sweating like a pig. A proper state he was, the poor guy. I watched that. There was a documentary. I watched that Ozzy Osbourne documentary the other night. There, that was excellent. I'm the Prince of Darkness. Oh, he's funny, Ozzy, so he is. But what a guy. What a guy. If you haven't seen it, get it on what do you call it, iPlayer, and watch it. It's like 90 minutes, but it's a good laugh. But Cobra is looking good here. Well, at least I think he is. Let's have a look. He might not be. He might not be. He's maybe going to try and pinch this in, but I don't think he can. No, that's going to go to the. It's going to go to the rail. I don't think he can get enough of that to. He could do that on the straight pull table. He could certainly cheat the pocket that way, but I think I would just kick at it and give it a blast and hope, because I think he's going to struggle to leave it safe, and that's probably a foul, is it? Did he hit the 6? Yes, it is. Yeah, he just tried too much there, but that's how things can go wrong. I mean, it looked all too easy for him to run out, and Stubb has been given a lifeline to get it back within 1. And with the break, again, he wants a ball and a shot, and he's got a ball, and the cue ball is going to get kicked in by the 1, and that's a disaster. And Cobra is going to have to punish him for that one. So 1 ball not a problem, 2 ball not a problem, as long as he gets fairly straight on it, and then he can drop onto the 3 or stun onto the 3. Let's have a look at what he has. Yep, he's fine. And once again, for players of this standard, he's simply got to be out. There is no excuse. And Stubb not happy, but that's what can happen. He's not happy at all. We all like to see Stubb when he's not happy. Well, here's another one that can go wrong. Is he going to leave it on the short side so he leaves a high cut in the 6, or is he going to risk getting down past the 9? So he has that choice to make. I think he'll go on the high side. Yeah, he's going to leave the cut. So this just makes it a wee bit more tricky. It just needs a little soft draw past or level with the middle pocket to leave the cut across on the 9. And so Cobra from Stubbs will scratch, or kick in scratch it should be said, and it's going to open the gap to 2 again. Oh, the cue ball's gone, and Stubb will be all over this because these balls are perfect. Ball in hand, everything wide open, not a problem. And is this match going to turn again? Well, you need to ask him, Johnny Laris, I'm afraid. Only he can give you the answer. But as I've said before, and I've upset him before by saying it, there is no way in this earth he is a 2,900 rated straight pool player. Absolutely not. He got that rating one way or another, shall we say, and we'll say no more. When the ratings were effectively broken in straight pool and cowboy, he's not the only one that's got a huge rating. Mr. Fox has got a 2,900 rating in either straight pool or cowboy as well. Mr. Bill has taken care of Miasma. Miasma's run in the tournament is over. Bill wins the match on that one lost side by 4 racks to 0. Meanwhile, Stubb from Cobra Scratch has still to get the job done in this rack. Well, he took a big risk there with the big stun because these pockets are unforgiving. It rattled, but it went in this time. Well, this is awkward. He's going to have to go long. It's too tight a cut for the middle. So he's making it. This is Stubb running loose again. And I think that's Cobra asking how did that 6 ball go in. And there's a mistake from the loose position. And that Stubb down to a T as far as running the table's concerned. And also why running loose once too many causes problems in the end. Well, you want to suggest that to Steve, but I think that's all the code for all of that's been written into the system and the tourney system and all that stuff. So that'd be far too much work for him to do. So I don't think you'll get much joy with that suggestion, but he should clear the ratings. They should be set back to 1,500 for every game. That's what he should do, because a lot of those guys are still playing with effectively broken ratings, where they don't win any points and they don't lose any, and you can't get any off them if you beat them. Meanwhile, going back to Stubb, I mean, he had a gilt edge opportunity to run out, but he was just getting the wrong line on the balls, and it had to go wrong at some point. He got the 6 in, but then he ran out of steam, and that's another example of where things will go wrong eventually for Stubb. You just cannot keep going to the well and trying digging your way out with crazy shots. and Cobra has pinched it, and the lead is 6-3. Needs one more. I think from day one the rating system just been, you know, it's been there as a guide for everybody that plays, just to see what sort of level that a certain player is at. Most of them are genuine, but as I say, when the system wasn't functioning correctly, ratings were jumping up sky high. I mean, there are guys here that had 3,000 odd ratings, don't forget, before Steve chopped them down a bit. But you've still got guys at 2,700 and 2,900. I mean, it's pointless. It's pointless leaving them with those ratings, because nobody gets anything. There's no incentive for you to play them to steal their points, because you can't do it. And likewise, you can play them all day long and they'll never take a point off you. So what's the actual point of them if they're not functioning correctly? Or, now that they are functioning correctly, why not reset the whole bloody system and start from scratch again? Anyway, he won't do that either, because he doesn't want to mess with the database. But Stub, this one to survive another rack. Yeah, but again, you know, you'd have to ask him how much work that would be for him to do that. At the end of the day, he's the man that decides everything. You know, if he decides to strip them off every day, it depends on how much work's involved, how much damage he might do to the database by doing it. We don't know that. How he's got his system set up. Well, Stub is now out of line again. No shot in the 4. Is he looking to thump the 9 onto the 6 with the 4 and billiard it into that corner pocket? Nope, he's running for cover. And if Cobra can get this 4 thin enough, he can lock Stub up at a fair distance away and maybe try and hide that 4 ball behind the 9 and the 8. Well, he's not playing it anywhere near hard enough to do that. He's trying to use the 9 from this side, and Stub will take the bait. That was not a great shot by Cobra. He was trying to use the 9 as cover, but he probably should have went for distance and probably would have had the 8 or 9 as cover ball. As it is, he's left Stub a sight on the 4. In it goes. He's on the 6. And Cobra might be contributing to his own downfall in this rack. Well, the only advice I can give you is that you contact support. You use the support tab in the menu, and you send a message to support with whatever suggestions you want to make to them. Whether you'll get any response, I don't know, and whether you'll actually get any end result, I would very much doubt it. But anyway, this match now is on a knife edge. Stub back to within 1, but Stub breaks dry, and Cobra, well, he's in an awkward situation here, because that 1 is just beyond the halfway line as far as cutting it into the middle is really tight, and the one's also blocked by the 3. So he's went for the cut. He's also got the cannon onto the 4 that gives him a shot in the 2, and that 4 has now gone outward because he's going to have to run up the table for the 3, and he's going to have to play a really accurate shot to drop down onto this bottom rail to get a sight in the 4. So this rack is far from over. Now, he could leave a bank on the 4. It's very narrow. There's a very narrow line to be able to play a bank on it. But as he, I mean, at the distance he has, he's going to do well to get up the table and try and get on the 3. The 4 from here. He's played the big draw. Where's the cue ball going? Oh, it's gone. And Stubb. Well, this isn't over either, even though he's got ball in hand. Can he leave himself an angle to get up the table for the 6? Well, he's got the angle. He's going to have to force this though. It needs a fair bit of pace. And he's got the line good. And he's sitting very nice. So, well, Cobra has let Stubb back into it, it has to be said. And he may well pay the price. Because if Stubb can get from the 8 to the 9, it'll be all square and him breaking for the match. Little bit of spin, almost too much. He's gone square. Well, he's making it tough for himself. Another little tester. Excuse me. Oh, I was nearly going to nearly going to sneeze there, and I did sneeze. Excuse me. Well, we're going all the way, and Cobra was looking comfortable until he shot himself in the foot a couple of times, and Stubb with the break. The 5 ball tracks into the middle pocket. He's got a cut in the 1. All the balls are on, and this match should be over. I think Cobra had a 6-3 lead. I think. So it's all gone pear-shaped for Cobra. Stubb queuing over the 6 makes it awkward, because he can't do an awful lot with the cue ball. He's just got to focus in the pot and let the cue ball. He needs to watch this corner pocket as well. This is a bit fiddly. Another result, Christian against LS3 in the 1 loss side. LS3 wins 4-2. So the tournament's marching on. 1 loss sides especially. I don't think there'll be any other matches can get played until the results come through for the winner's side. And Stubb has now got another tough one. Big deep draw to get back off the 3 and across, and I think he's on it, but he's dead straight, so he could just gently roll it in to stay on the 6 across the table into that top right hand corner, because he can't really pinch an awful lot in this 4 ball. And Larry has won his match. Well, he's managed to get around the corner. That's not bad. Larry has won his match 7-4 against Supermalt, so Larry's heading for the hot seat at the moment, I think. And Stubb is heading through the next round to join him, because he ain't going to miss this. And so it's a comeback win for Stubb in this match against Cobra. And Cobra's going to wonder how he lost, but he's made couple of errors when he didn't need to, and let Stubb in it, and Stubb's taking advantage. So Stubb wins by 7 racks to 6, so there's a big catch up needed here in the bracket. We've got Larry through, and we've got Stubb about to play Larry on the winner's side, and well, that is the hot seat match. That's to see who gets to the final. And the tournament's moving on quite rapidly here, because it started at 7 o'clock and we're at what, 8:45. So it's Larry against Stubb. And we'll go in. Bill is playing Cobra on the one-loss side. We'll keep an eye on that. And Larry's getting a 7-ball. Stubb isn't happy with that either. I mean, that is crazy. Larry's rated 2,281, and he's getting a 7-ball against Stubb. Well, he's got to come down the left-hand side, big open area. He's leaving it long. So Stubb running out in the first rack. Ball goes in, and he's got the cut in the one. He's got to get up the table though. Where's the cue ball ending up here? Oh dear. And our little Italian friend has been typing crap in the lobby again, I believe. That's why he's been muted. Stubbs went for the old heave-ho, hit and hope, and he's almost got away with it, but not quite. So Larry has his first chance, and he just has to get to the 7-ball. And he's missed it too, and Stubb will punish him for that. Cannot miss those. Well, Larry's making Stubbs' life easy, missing that cut in the 2-ball. And another, what's that, the 3-ball has gone in. This time Stubb has got no shot. And he's left it safe. And Larry can cut the left side of the 1, get a bit of spin on the cue ball and try and come down into this bottom right hand corner for cover. That's what he's trying. The only thing he doesn't want to do is a scratch. He hasn't quite got the pace. He's left it safe, but he would have liked to have been behind that 2-ball. Well, Stubbs, he's got fortunate there because he's blocked off by the 7 as far as the pot goes. What's Larry going to do here? Is he going to try and push the 1 off the end rail and behind the 7 and drop the cue ball through to use it as cover? Is he trying to combo? He's trying to combo. He's got the combo and he's got work to do to take this out. Oh, what was it? It was the 7, wasn't it? Oh, I forgot that was his bloody money ball. Oh dear, and immediately scratched off the break. And he's straight away giving it back to Stubb with ball in hand. Unbelievable. Well, I don't know what this Italian guy. I mean, we don't know what age group they are. We don't know what mental state they are. I mean, he could be. How can we put this politically correct? He could be a bit thick. That wasn't very politically correct, but you know where I'm coming from. You know, he might be slightly retarded in one way or another. But I mean, he's been muted umpteen times, and yet he still does the same stuff every time he gets here. I mean, all they need to do is have a perma-mute option, and whenever he's there, just mute him, and then you don't have to mute him 3 or 4 times a night if he's here, because he just types crap. Well, Stubb is just going to feed off this all night. He's going to open up the gap. The break is dry, and Larry has got everything on. And the immediate problem is potting the 2 and dropping onto the 3. It looks easy enough. Well, I'm no convinced that's the best way, but maybe it was his only option there. If he'd stunned that harder, he could have got onto the 2 into the right middle. This is a bit of a blind shot, and now he's got to find the gap between the 4 and the 7. He's running in and he's missed a 2, and that's what happens. He didn't get good on that 2 ball. So the mistakes are flying in thick and fast from Larry. And Stubb plays the bank in the 2, sitting, well, I think he might be a bit straight, but he's probably just going to kill the cue ball, is he? Or is he going to leave it straight? You can roll it into the middle and roll across. Is that the 8 ball there? Yeah, you can roll across to the 5. That's what he's going to do. And then it will just be the draw up the table. Or does he think he's got enough angle to stun that in and spin it round off the rails? Well, I think Larry would like this match to start over, because he's ended up all over the place here so far, Larry. Far too many errors, and they're costly, because Stubbs now going to stretch the lead to 4-1. Well, I've seen it loads of times in the past. This is where Larry usually wakes up, when he ends up digging a hole for himself and getting himself into this kind of mess. Once again, he's coming to the table from Stubbs' dry break. Every ball is reasonably good. The difficulty, I say reasonably good, the difficult one is going to be the 7, because that you simply cannot get on it. So unless he can nudge something, he's going to have to play a decent safety in the 7 if it comes to it. Now he could risk it here because he's bound to be on the 4, so he can try slamming into the 8 to nudge something out the way here. It's well worth the risk, and he knows he's on the 4 anyway, so he's got to, with this shot, if he can, knock into the 8 and hope that knocks into the 7 to improve the situation. Even if the 8 knocks the 9 out the way, it's got to clear something. And I don't think he had enough angle, because he's actually locked it up from both sides now. And he can just see the 4 now. Can he get inside the 5? Or outside, one way or the other? He wants to finish here, or if he could finish there. Well, he's almost on my line there, the green line. It might be too straight though. Let's have a look. Well, he may well be able to get something out of this. He's got to force it in though. But he's not going to be on the 6 if he does that. It might be his only chance he has to break these though. No, he's going to try it off the 6. It would have been a crazy silly shot to try the shot I was talking about, especially where the 6 is, but he could have left himself a bank on the 6, but that's sort of pushing the boat out a bit. Oh, he's got the line. How's his luck? Absolutely none. Double kissed off the 8, 7 ball remains where it is. Now can Larry get away from this corner here and avoid hitting the 8? I think he's going to be hard pushed to do it. He doesn't want to just leave this cut along the rail. He's avoided the 8. But now the rack's up in the air. And Cobra has beaten Bill by 4 racks to 1 on the 1 loss side. And Stubb has played an excellent safety and has got Larry in heaps of trouble. A stack load of trouble here. He's just managed to feather an edge, and now Larry's got Stubb in trouble. It's not difficult to hit. In fact, he might even kick this in. Another result through. The results are flying in tonight. And Super Malt has beaten LS3 4 racks to 2. And Larry has been given a lifeline there. Ball in hand on a 7, and he's back to within 2. Now, is he going to kick into gear? Well, he won't be able to do that if he can't get anything in the break, and it's come up dry. The 3 ball is Larry's lifeline at the moment, because it's blocked by the 7. And Stubb can pot the 2. Now, if he wants to get really cute here, he can just drop across while he's trying to blast across to move the 3. Now, how's he going to play this one? Well, we've been streaming for 3 hours now, because that Semipro wanwa match started at 6 o'clock tonight, and it's now just gone 9 PM. Now, is Larry going to try and thin cut this and maybe knock it in off the 6? If he gets enough pace in it, it's really, really tight. Yep, it's gone in off the 6. That's worked out very nice. The 6 was always a handy ball when it was sitting there, just to make the pocket bigger. He has to see it through though. He has to get to the 7, remember. 7 ball is his extra money ball. And now he should be able to I'll just draw back across the table off this, and he'll be back within 1. Watch the pace, Larry. Watch the pace. Too much juice in that. So it's back to 4-3. What's going on, Miasma? Are you still celebrating New Year? What's all this in the chat? I think you could do with a muting. Is that going to get to the rail? Yes, it is. And Stubb will give this a blast. Cue ball's going to come down nicely for the 1. And let's have a look at this 6 ball. Well, we can see it's locked up, it's going nowhere. So it's going to have to be moved, disturbed one way or the other. Now if Larry can get far enough across on the right hand side, he might be able to pot the 3 and run into the 6 and 9. That would be one opportunity he would have to break them open, but only if he could get a good line onto the 3 ball. And he knows that if he did break into the 6 and 9, he would still have a shot in the 4. Is he going to go far enough? Oh, is he going too far? No, he's okay. Now he can risk this. He needs to get a firm stunt to try and nudge these 2 balls. He's going to leave a cut in the 4. He has to leave a cut in the 4, but he has to take the chance to try and get these open if he's going to be able to run this table. And he's got the stunt, and he's got them open, and he's back in business as long as he can get out from behind the 7 and 8. He might. So this is dangerous. If he's not going to go forward, he's going to stun off the rail and out. He's got to be accurate. Well, he's just dropped it in. Well, you certainly have got trouble shooting. I don't know what the hell you're typing. Loads of dots. Some gobbledygook up there. And Larry's just falling a wee bit short in this 6 ball. Remember, he only needs the 6 and the 7 to square the match. Is that going to get there? Yes, it is. Held its line. So 4 racks all. And Larry's back in the match. Oh, good evening, Jose. Happy New Year to you. And it's Larry that's come up dry. Now, I think there's room. Just room. Well, would you believe it? He's flipped a 9. Goodness me. No, not a blink of an eye from Stubb. He's flipped a 9. And his last line was way too lucky to Larry. How about that? What a pile of crap that was. Didn't blink an eye. Just blasted straight into the next rack. And so Stubb very quickly back in the lead. Well, I think the one lost side now is stalled until this match is over. And Larry's missed a cut in the 1. And of course, the way this table's set is guaranteed Stubb's going to win this rack, because, you know, as long as he pots the 3 and the 4, the 5 and the 6 are fine. He's got a 7-9 combo. I mean, that's dead set, and he's got the adjacent ball of the 6 ball been right over the corner pocket. So this is done and dusted. Well, it would be if he'd got good on the 4. He's now got the cut back. Can you move the VP Online logo to the other side? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll move it up there. That ain't any better. Where are we? Right, so he's got the combo. We knew that was coming. This is unmissable, this. And so Stubb now, well, he's fluked to 9 in the last rack. He's ran out to the 7-9 combo in this rack, and he's now within 1 of getting to the hot seat, sending Larry over to that 1 loss side. Now, who is Vambo Chocker? I've never heard of that one. Now, are you a Virtual Pool 4 player online, or are you somebody that just stumbled across this stream? Introduce yourself. I don't need to introduce myself. I'm a tactical genius. Everybody knows that. Well, Stubb has just blown out the water there. Oh, is it? I never knew. Is Bambo? Oh, maybe it has been. I don't think I've noticed. And Stubb's been watching Father Ted. So Larry has been given a gift. So again, a straight in 6-ball pretty much, more or less, and he'll be dead on the 7, and he'll be back within 1. This match might have another twist yet, you never know. And a quick reminder, guys, while you're here, in case you weren't here earlier on or you missed something, we've now got apparently 3 matches tomorrow, and remember, if you can't be there for them, just go onto my YouTube channel and go to videos, and when you open the videos tab you will see live streams, and that's how you will find the matches that I have streamed most recently, including my Eurotruck stuff. But the match to look for tomorrow is the match between Larry and Cobra. I keep saying bloody Cobra. Snake Eyes. And that match is going to be kicking off at 8 AM breakfast time GMT, middle of the night for Larry, so I don't know how he's agreed to that. And I'll be there for that match. And then there is a match between, I don't even know who he's playing. There's a match I think at 5 PM between Hazard and someone who I've completely forgotten. Somebody will need to remind me, or look at the bracket if they can. And then at 7 PM I think it is, who the hell is it? Is it LS3 and Mr. Fox on the 1 loss side? So anyway, there's 3 matches on tomorrow. Well, Stubb tried the thin cut along the rail with loads of pace to get there, but the 3 ball still hanging, and Larry's going to have to, well, he's got plenty of room, he can skim off the rail. He's bound to chip the 2 and knock the 3 in. I don't think you can miss this. Bankster, ah right, that was it. Yeah, you should just see the Fox match. I mean, bear in mind, guys, that tomorrow night, Saturday night, at 7 PM that match starts. I'm hoping it doesn't go a great deal longer than 90 minutes, because I've got to be in bed again for 8:30. That's not going to get there, is it? Oh, just. Because I'm back, believe it or not, I'm back up at 2:30 in the morning on a Sunday morning. That should be the last of the really early shifts. Oh, there he is. There's the winner. There's Semipro. Good evening. Well, set that for 9 o'clock tomorrow night, will you, Potman? So I can guarantee I'll be in my bed. So the tournament won't move on until we have a loser out of this match, because I think the one-loss side's now locked up, because this is a hot seat match and we're into a final rack decider. And well, what you've missed is Larry's getting a 7 ball as a 2,281 rated player against Stubb, and Stubb isn't happy about it. You've also missed the request for me to move my little Virtual Pool 4 logo up the screen away from the bottom corner, so that everybody can see who's saying bullshit, fake, lucky as can be, and you don't need to guess who it is, and you don't even need to see the name who it is, because it's him that's doing all the talk. Yeah, Happy New Year to you, and Happy New Year to everybody else that missed it. Well, I think Larry has just played his last shot there, I'm afraid. Oh, there is a result through. Well, I never even knew there was any matches still been played. Cobra has beaten Super Malt on the one-loss side. That must be it now, though. There can't be anything else. And of course, Cobra had a good lead against Stubb, and Stubb, I think, was trailing by 6 racks to 3 or something like that, or whatever. And Stubb came back, I have to say, assisted by Cobra, it has to be said. Cobra was making errors, and Stubb took advantage and stole the match 7-6. And he's about to steal this match as well, after that miss by Larry. Well, the only way this is going to go wrong is obviously from the 7 to the 8, but it really shouldn't be an issue. As long as he can just drop the 7 in and go onto the side rail. Well, what am I talking about? I'm forgetting about the 6. Well, then it's the same thing. As long as he gets into the inside of that 8 ball. No, I mean, don't think you didn't play your best because you didn't get another big high run. You did lots of good runs, and that's all that you need to do, because there wasn't enough coming back from the other side. I mean, getting 40-50 runs is good enough to win that match. And there's not a lot of other players doing anything similar. So Stubb just needs to roll the 9 ball in, and he's in the final, and he can go and have a break while the one-loss side is completed, and we'll have a look at the bracket. And Cobra knows that Larry's heading across, so Cobra's left the room. So there we go. Stubb wins the final rack, takes out the match by 7 racks to 6. So let's drop in. We can see that well, this is going to update in a second or two. Stubb will be in the final, and if we move across, we can see that Cobra is waiting in this updating for Larry to come through in the race to 4 on the one-loss side, and we will be in there in a minute. So let's see if we can get in. Fingers crossed, and in we go. And Cobra has won the lag, and he's going to break in this race to 4. And I can put my logo back down at the bottom for the time being, because Stubb isn't here, and there won't be an awful lot of conversation between these two. Well, I could do that. Hang on a minute. I could do that. I think that'll work. That'll do it. Now, what's the story here? Larry's getting the 8 ball in this one. Oh dear, dear, dear. Oh, I think that was a poor one by Larry. I think Larry is showing signs of wear and tear here, I'm afraid. It's maybe been a long day for Larry, but the errors are creeping in, and well, I mean, it's still what, late afternoon where Larry is, or thereabouts. He's at least like 5-6 hours behind, so it's like what about 3 in the afternoon or there? I don't know. I think he might be mountain time or something like that, so he's maybe recovering from the night before. But cannot afford to make those errors. So this is the crucial one. Getting up onto that 6. So the final, stabilising weight. This is to see who gets there. And either way, it's going to be a revenge match, because Stubb has sent Cobra and Larry to the one-loss side tonight. And Cobra has dropped onto the 6, but he's dead straight. So he's just going to have to roll the 7 in, and that couldn't have landed any straighter. Well, this is where you can play this a couple of ways, but you can go the deep draw, so that you draw right up the side here, or just use the spin. Or you can go across the rails. That's a risky one. If you get the deep draw, then you can easily deep draw straight into the bottom corner pocket. So that little bit of draw, but the little bit of helping spin, gently controls the cue ball. It's a much more controlled shot. Cue ball, well, it thought about it. Cobra has a 1 rack lead. The brake is dry, and of course, well, the 1 is on. Larry might want to stun this in a wee bit so he can drop onto the 2. Yeah, well, he's actually got away with that, because that hit the 5 ball big time, but it still went into the hole. And well, everything's there. It's just a matter of getting there. And this is the other problem one. He's going to have to go right through in this 3 ball to come down on the bottom side of the 4, unless he wants to just leave it there to roll the 5, the 4 in and then the 5. Let's have a look where he is. Well, he doesn't want to do something daft and end up near that 8 ball. Well, he's chipped it, so it needs another delicate one, because the cue balls want to squirt away here. And it's squirted away, but it hasn't got the cannon in the 9, and he's going to have to dig the jump stick out, and this is in danger of going off the table at such a close range. And he's played it well, but how's his luck? Well, he's going to end up nowhere. Now what does he do? Now you're up late tonight, Mark. It's usually bedtime at this sort of time for you. I was up to, what time did I think it was about 1:30 last night. Well, there's a bit of good fortune. That has worked out nice. And Larry's feeling so guilty, he's apologising. You got to take what you get these days. Yeah, I think it was 1:30 in the morning. I was watching a bit. I watched a tiny bit of that hootenanny thing, and then I woke up this morning at about 8:05. That's the longest sleep I've had for months. So one rack all. And Larry's break dry as well. I don't think this is very inviting, this shot. What does that look like? No, nothing on, but he's got good cover down there. And has he got there? Or is there just an edge of that one showing? Yes, there is. In fact, he might even be going for the pot. I think there's enough there to give him a shot at the cut on it. If not, then he wants to overcut it at the top side of this 4-ball nearest us, so that it goes off the side rail and back across. No, he has got the pot. He might be in a similar position here. You can see more than enough of the two. And he's just trying to get this cue ball into better shape. And it's going to have to be another good one from this. And he's overcut it because he was leaving it long for the long cut in the 3. It was not easy. Well, I've said it. I think Steve should clear the ratings to 1500, because now the cowboy ratings and the straight pool ratings are fixed, but you'll get players with ratings that happened when the rating system was broken. And I mentioned earlier there were players who were over 3000 rating for like straight pool at one time. And so if the system's now functioning, what's to stop him editing the database and anybody that just or resetting it down to 1500 so we all start from scratch? Seems fair to me. But like I said earlier as well, that is very unlikely to happen because he's reluctant to touch the database in case he breaks the whole system, or it leaves him then a hell of a lot more work to do to try and fix the thing and put it right. And let's be honest, he's had plenty of opportunities to put things right when he knows that these players are sitting in big huge ratings and nobody's gaining any points off them, and they're not losing any points. I mean, it's just, it defies the point of why there should be a rating system. The rating system, to me, does two things. It gives you an idea of the level of the player, but it can also give you, as we've seen, a false level of the player, big time. And the other thing is, it was to go up and down and gain or lose ratings every time you played. No rating system should be broken to the extent that you get to a certain level where you can neither go up nor down. Well, let's just say that the shot choice on many occasions was unconventional. Too many loose shots. You played one of your loose shots there with a fair bit of drawing to try and squirt across and catch the pack, and you squirted off and into the corner and scratched. I remember that one, getting it loose. And then you had those sort of, you had those sort of two lapses early on, missing a ball into the middle, and then I can't remember what the other one was, but the thing was, immediately that happened, I said, you know, like wanwa has to take advantage of that. He has to score, and he couldn't do it. And he's never a 2,900 player, not in your life. Not if I can beat him. He's not a 2,900 player. Well, that's a good shot. That's got Larry in trouble. And remember, it's only a race to 4, and Larry's trailing 2-1 at the moment. And, well, what kind of miracles is he trying? He's trying to jump the 7, hit the back rail and kick the 1. He's missed the kick. And ball in hand for Cobra. Now, where's the problems here? Well, there isn't really any. Take the 3. Well, the problem I can see is getting from the 4 to the 5. Because it does go past the 7. There isn't a problem, but it's the line that you have to the 5 that matters. It's how good you are on the 5 that makes this pot an awful lot easier. And it allows you to keep the cue ball handy for the 6, and he's played that pretty well. That is not bad. So Stubb is lying in wait. It's going to be a revenge match. At the moment it looks like it's going to be Cobra, unless Larry springs to life again. But he's going to have to do it the hard way. He's going to have to win the remaining racks to get there. Well, I'm going to have to change the title of this video once it's done, because it was originally set and called Friday Night 9-Ball, so I'm going to have to change all of that. It's just going to end up on the playlist looking like an incredibly long straight pool match. Folk are going to start watching it, the semi-pros matches at the beginning, and like 3.5 hours later they're going to say, why the hell is this match looking like it's 4.5 hours long? Well, we started at 6 o'clock, it's now 9:30, so we're already gone 3.5 hours. We're going to get to the 4, I'm pretty certain of that, unless Stubb or Cobra can rattle off racks one after the other and get the final done quick. But Larry, well, it's a long shallow jump, and he did everything right to get the pot. Is he going to get lucky? No, he isn't, and that may well have been his last shot. Well, just a delicate little feather on the 5, just so there's not a lot of momentum in the cue ball. And he's got the angle. Well, he's got a bit of an angle. He's going to have to punch this in, unless he just drops out to squeeze the 7 past the 8, if he's going to do it the safe way. But yeah, that's what he's going to do. Now he's heading up table off this, so it looks like a long 8 ball. He's going to squirt past the 9. Plenty of room to get it there. It goes every day of the week, this one. You just got to pick the line. Oh, it's gone wrong. He's run into the 9. And there's no kick on here to kick the 9 in. And Larry breathes again. Now, how lucky is Cobra going to be here? Well, he's left it awkward. This is a little fiddly cut. Cue ball. Well, Larry can't go half measures on this. He needs to make sure he gets on the bottom side of this 9, so he's looking at it. He needs to keep going. That'll do. So Larry... Well, what am I talking about? I keep forgetting he's got the bloody 8 ball, don't I? I keep forgetting. And the 7 ball goes, and I think, what was that? And the 2 as well. The 2 and the 7 have gone. He's got a very thin cut in this one, and the cue ball's going to thump into the 8. And he'll have no shot in the 3, I don't think, unless he brushes off the right side of the 8. Oh, and he's scratched off it. Oh, there you go. It's amazing how things can just go wrong in one shot. From having a lifeline there, he may well have played his last shot again. I thought he had in the last rack. Well, there is still a lifeline, but Cobra's trying to deal with it straight away, and he's got himself in a hole again, and Larry lives again. Oh, this match is got twists and turns. Now, is Larry going to have a shot again? And a shot to take this match all the way. Is he going to get a chance? How lucky is Cobra going to get? He's got the hit. And once again, he's left it very awkward. It's not easy, this. I mean, he should be in the 4, no problem. It's the pot that's the problem. Into a blind pocket. Got to pick that line and go for it 100%. And he's got it. Now, can he just drop this in? Yes, he can. He's got that slight angle. Makes it much simpler just to drop in, drop behind the 5, roll it in. But he wants an angle if he can. He doesn't want to be dead straight. Now, what does he do? He can... I mean... He's running it that way. So if he's cutting it that way and he forces through, can he go that way? Oh, he's trying to get in the narrow side of the 6. Well, Larry's picking awkward ways to get there. I think I would have forced that through to get the cue ball running and out. This is another toughie he's left himself. But he gets it, and just the 8 ball. I've remembered this time, and we're going all the way. And it's Larry's break, of course. Winner breaks. So this, to see who plays Stub in the revenge match in this week's Friday night 9 ball race to 9. And while they get underway, I'm going to take a bathroom break in a minute, because my bladder is filled to bursting. That 4-ball thought we get in, but look at where the 9 is. The alarm bells are ringing straight away because the break is dry. And Cobra's on the 1. The 2 is fine, but the 3 is awkward. It is in a dodgy place. But it's off the rail by about 3 or 4 millimetres. Oh dear, what the hell's Cobra tried there? And the match, oh well, I think Larry can get that in. Yep, I think he can. Can he see enough of the 1 to knock the 9 in? Or can he just billiard the 9 in? Very thin on the 1. Let's get up this end. Yes, he can. And what a mistake by Cobra. And it's given Larry the match. And Larry wins by 4 racks to 3. Quick look at the bracket. We can see that Larry's going to cross to play stub in the final, which should still be a race to 9, and it is. And the room is up. I'm going to go in. 2 players are in. You'll see them lagging for break. We won't know who's won because I am just going to take a minute's break. I'll be back in a sec. Right, I'm back. What was you trying in that shot there, Cobra? Was it a bank? Was it a bank in the 1? Or was it a cut? The one where the 1 ended up down over the 9. I don't think Larry's advice to stub will make any bloody difference. I can't. Oh, read up the room chat. Wait to look. I was otherwise busy. Oh, I don't. I think Larry's on the he's on the Sherberts. Or he's showing the strains of getting to the final tonight. Anyway. Larry's got his game face on by the sounds of it. Oh, a cutting round for the 2 ball. Well, there you go. How lucky, Stubb. I mean, he fluked that 9 ball earlier on in whatever match it was. Again, I think it was against Larry. And now he's had another fluke there. The old heave-ho. It works for Stubbs. Did Stubb call you mate? Oh, well, there we go. Stubbs found a friend. It's only took him bloody 15 years. So, Stubb tidying up here to square the match, and Larry is getting a 7 ball again. I'm sure that pleased Stubb. I'll need to remember that, because I'll forget that halfway through this match, as I tend to do. Well, I'm going to have to get a cup of coffee, but I'm going to have to get 2 tabs as well, 2 ibuprofen, because I have got a cracker of a headache here. It's usually a pain in the arse, but that's Stubb. But I have got a head. I mean, I'm drinking enough water. Hey, you can't swear at all here. What, on Twitch? Aye, because I think I've got the Twitch bot thing activated. Aye, I think there's a Twitch bot thing that stops most of the expletives, which is quite a good idea. Because I mean, although we are not aimed for kids, we don't have to go down the route all the time of foul language. We need a bit of decorum, especially if we have anybody actually watching. You know, somebody might accidentally stumble across the stream. We don't want them to look at a bunch of arseholes. We've got one's enough. We've got Stubb to deal with. I very rarely swear. Oh, that's a bad miss. That is a big miss for Stubb on that 5 ball. He's left a toughie for Larry, but he needs to take this out. I said Larry lost his. What am I missing in this chat here? Poo is a swear word. You're right there, Stubb. And Larry's overcut the 5. That was tough. And Stubb's got out of jail here. Well, type in feck and see what happens. See if you can type in feck. And if that's the case, you can feck all night then. And when the stream's finished, you can feck off. There you go. Ah, the same thing happens. There you go. I mean, it does. It definitely does the trick. Well, Stubb by hook or by crook is getting back into the lead here. Well, it's what, 10 minutes away from 4 hours, and the tournament. This tournament's gone quick tonight. It's gone quick tonight considering there was 16 people in it. Because the last one I did, I think the last one I did had 14 in it. The last Friday night 9-ball I streamed, and it lasted 4.5 hours. So the matches have been moving through quickly. Can Larry get enough of that to cut it? No, well, it would help if he could see most of it. He's played the bank. That's a good shot. That gets him out of that situation, but he's got an awful lot more work to do here. I mean, if he can get the 3, the 4 and the 5, he's going to have to use the 6 to break the 8 and 7 up. So there's trouble ahead here. Well, I don't know if that was the right shot. I mean, he's left an awkward one on the 3, and it's not. Well, nothing's really changed here, but I think the 6 ball's the ball you have to use to break the 7 and 8, simply because they're close to one another, and he's going to have the chance to do that now that he's on the 4, and he's going to be on the 5. So he has to get good on the 6. If he leaves himself up the table, if he was there, he can cut the 6 and go that way, or just hit them direct. He's got to leave that angle. Let's see what he leaves himself. He wants to leave himself just about where he is and get that chip and spin into the side rail, the long rail, and catch one of them. Oh, I don't know what Larry was thinking there. Surely he had enough to put some zip on it and just get the spin on. It's going to have to be the reverse bank. But I'll tell you, you know, obviously he just needs to get the 7 ball, the 7 ball as well, but not from there. And it's going to go. He could have landed on that better, but anyway, it squares the match. 2 racks all. What, the 7? Aye, but if you get good on it, aye. But I don't know what he thought there. I mean, I presume he just hit it short. He wanted further up the table. I thought he would have just tried to nudge something. But it's all square, 2 racks all, and Larry out with the jump stick. But he's failed this time, and well, can't see Stubb missing here. Everything's on. So we should have, or my intention is for 3 matches tomorrow in the the straight pool tournament, the first one early morning, 8 AM, Larry and Snake Eyes. And he's gone awkward here, Stub. If I could stay awake. Oh dear. It's really hitting hard now. Well, he's hung the 3. And Larry can steal the lead again. That 4 ball's gone tight. It's just off the rail. But you've got to get these flush. You push that into the rail too soon, it's just going to squirt out. Well, that managed to squirt out, but it held off the jaw. And this is another little tester, not so much the pot, but it's just getting good on that 6. And he's played a nice pace. Well, the safest shot's a little draw off the 6, just to get out past the 8 ball. Well, he's running inside with spin, which could have also went wrong there. A different line, he would have been locked behind the 8 ball. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He only needs a 7, and it's a 3-2 lead now for Larry. Is he going to get a ball and a shot? Well, the 2 kicks in, the 5, the 4 kicks in, the 2 behind it, and he's got a shot in the 1, and he's got a perfect angle to drop down here for the 3. He's got nothing to do but let the cue ball run, but he doesn't want to run too far. He could be in danger of running towards this corner pocket, and that'll do. And this is another little delicate, just a little sort of punchy cut, stun come sort of half draw shot, just to make sure you stay right side and leave yourself a sight in the 4. He's letting the cue ball run loose here. What's he done? Well, he's okay, but again, that's just threatened. He should have been nowhere near that 7 ball there. Now, these shots at distance in a tournament that's been on for nearly 3 hours, they always become a tester for the concentration. And there you go, commentator's eye, and signs of wear and tear are kicking in for Larry. But it's gone outward though. And just 1 shot away from a 4-2 lead there, Larry. He still might get it now that Stubbs missed the 6. It was not an easy cut. And so Larry's turn to get out of jail. Well, this looks all too easy. Drop the 7 in. Leave a nice angle in the 8. And it doesn't need it. I've forgotten again. See how many times I forget this bloody money ball. 7 ball, thinking about it, it's gone in. And of course that's Larry's money ball, so it gets back up on the table and spotted. But he remains at the table and he's got a shot in the 1. But what about this 2 ball? Well, that's no good there. So he's going to have to manufacture something here big time to get anywhere near the 2. Big draw to try and get over to get a sight on it, but I think he's going to be locked in the corner. Do you know what? That 3 ball's a good guide. This will pot. The 3 ball's an excellent guide for the cut angle in that 2. and he's going to run over to the right, and as long as he just hits at a gentle enough pace, he's going to be able to pot the 3. He's overcut it though, big time. But this time, he's left the shot on for Stubb. And of course, it's an open invitation to run these out, provided he can get from the 3 to the 4, because that's the biggest issue in this visit, is 3 to 4. Well, he's gone in the narrow side. He's got absolutely very little or no angle to work with. He's going to have to punch this through and risk running into something, or he's going to have to draw and run into something. Anything can go wrong with this. Well, he's went across. He's going to leave the bed head cut. Another tester. And of course, he's going to have to run up the middle of the table for that space between the 6 and the 8, I think, to leave a long pot in this 5 if he gets there. And he's going up and down the table, and that will do nicely. He can draw off the 5, stun across into the middle of the table, drop the 6 in. He's taking it long. Still gets to the same position. I don't know why he didn't. Maybe he just didn't fancy it at maybe the pace that he wanted into a sort of tighter angle. Just a straight draw. And so back to within 1 for Stubb. And no joy, and Larry has a shot. Now he has a shot, and the 2 and 3 and 4 are in the open. The 5 is also available, and everything else is, when you look at them, all you have to do is get on them. But you have to start by potting the 1, Larry. Yeah, I think he's showing signs that time's catching up with him in this tournament. And Stubb just gets it, just gets the kick, and enough pace to drop the 1 in. So all of these balls that should have been Larry's look as if they're heading in Stubb's direction to square the match. He's the wrong side of the 2, but he's got loads of room to get the cue ball around if he wants, and out onto the 3. Oh dear. Now we know everything goes. We've had a look. 5 goes, 7 goes, 8 and 9 go. It's there's no issues to deal with. Well, this is the one where he's got the most work to do off this 4 ball. He ideally doesn't want to be potting this 5 and running into the 7. He wants to leave it well alone. So he needs to come down far enough to make sure that's the case. And it isn't. You know, he could muck things right up here with this shot. He wanted to make sure that he was down here or there so that he wasn't interfering with this 7. He could end up locking it up. Well, he's managed to avoid it. Well, I must admit, I didn't think he could avoid hitting it. My eyes are getting really bad. Just a wee tiny bit of inside right, just to square the cue ball off the rail. Well, I don't think he has. He just hit it plain ball. Now, again, the danger here is he's running into the 9. There's no way he's not avoiding the 9 this time. Now, he could end up with a double kiss in the 9 and no shot. Or he could just brush off it and leave it into the bottom left hand corner, but we just simply don't know what's going to happen, and you never want to be in that situation if you can help it. Well, you see the double kiss, he's still got a cut. That's what happened. The double kiss could have left this a lot worse, to be honest with you, because it's well off the rail and he should always be getting this in, and he has done. And we're back on level terms. So, Stubb trying to scratch. He's managed to avoid it. And he's left a wide open table and a shot for Larry. Now, can Larry regain his concentration here? Because he has to. He has to be punishing Stubb. Even though it's not Stubb's fault it's come up dry, but he has to take these opportunities, and he only has to get to the 7 ball, so it's not a big ask. But the big ask here is can he get in the 3? It looks as if there's plenty of room, but he might brush off that 4 and end up nowhere. Oh, he's just got there. He's just got there. Oh dear, I'm getting really tired. If any of you guys heard of any of you guys that are actual gamers, I don't mean just Virtual Pool 3, but if any of you guys heard of Reshade 3, which is a graphics enhancement piece of software. What the hell went in there? The 9 ball. Is that the 9? Anyway, it's going to get spotted. Yeah, the 9 ball's going in. And Larry's back in the lead 5-4. Well, Reshade. There's I'll tell you what it is. In Eurotruck there is a piece of software that's been developed. It's an independent developers. They're just mod makers, but they had been making and developing a bit of software called Naturalux, which is a graphics enhancement piece of software, and it's also a weather mod as well. So you get different skyboxes for Eurotruck in it, and it looks nice, But there's also another piece of software called Reshade version 3, and I watched a video yesterday, and it was a guy that, I mean, I've known that this has been about for a while, and I've watched Eurotruck streams and videos with there's a Russian guy that I follow. He's definitely got it installed, because his Eurotruck looks great. It looks gorgeous. The textures and everything are all different and vibrant and everything. So to cut a long story short, I sat for, must have been an hour and a half, watching like a 12-minute video yesterday. The guy, of course, wasn't speaking. He was just showing you the stuff, the files and folders that you go into, and you have to delete these ones and copy and paste other ones off this Reshade software. And I followed it, and I did it once and messed it up, and then I eventually did it and done it again. I've got it installed on Eurotruck, but it doesn't just work for Eurotruck, it works for every game. Because when you start Eurotruck, once you've added the game to the list in this software, this Reshade thing, you can then use the drop down menu to pick whatever other games are on your hard drives, and use the Reshade and choose what settings you want for your game. But on Eurotruck you'll see a difference. The next video I do, oh dear almighty, Larry's definitely breaking down here. I mean, he's got himself in the lead, but he's now missed a fairly straight 6-ball, and he only had the 6 and the 7 to get, and he's really doing everything he can to put himself in bother. Aye, but you also, when you're looking at the menu, you choose whether it's a DirectX 9 or a 10, 11 and 12 version, and I'm pretty certain if I chose DirectX 9 I could probably add Virtual Pool 4 to it and see whether it makes any difference. I wonder if Steve's heard of it. He probably has done, and maybe not, because it is essentially a mod. He probably won't have heard of it. But you will notice a difference if you watch any of my Eurotruck stuff. Yeah, it's free. Yeah. Well, Naturalux isn't free. It was an open beta, but which, as I say, is just graphic mods that you install in Eurotruck. But the Reshade 3 is a free piece of software. One of the channels of the guys I follow, he's got the download link for it, and then the video shows you how to install the thing. It's handy to have, because it gives you choices, and it certainly makes a big difference to Eurotruck. I don't think, I mean, the Reshade thing I don't think would make Virtual Pool look any better. I just think it would change the sort of the texture slightly, and maybe accentuate the colours a bit more. I don't know whether that'd be a good thing or a bad thing though, but I'm not prepared to try it. I've got it working in Eurotruck, and that's what matters. But Larry's made a fair few mistakes tonight. He still got to the final, but you know, he should be 2 racks in front here. As it is, we're back all square, and he's just throwing in those misses, those mistakes. And Stubb pretty much getting away with it again. It would enhance that type of game, yes. Yeah, I mean, the track surfaces would look better. The grass and anything like that around the tracks would look better. Oh aye, if you've watched any videos and you think, well, that's an older game, but it looks bloody great, then they're probably using Reshade. If you go onto YouTube and you type in Reshade 3.0, you'll find loads of videos. You'll probably find the video that I found. Right, Mark, thanks for joining. You've went a fair distance tonight, and good night and take care. Yeah, it'd probably make a difference to that as well. Although I don't know what DirectX version it would be. It's probably DirectX 9, it's so old. Yeah, it probably is. So that's a good kick for Larry. Cue ball on the bottom rail. Oh, I mean, if you get Simon to have a look at it and test it out, because he'll know what he's doing. I mean, he's the better person than me to do something like that, but he can test it on that game and see what improvements he can find, because there's loads of things in it the more experienced person could tweak about and test, and he's the ideal person to do it. And if you can't find a link for it, I'll find that. I've got that guy's He's on my subscribers list. I've subscribed to him, so I can find it on YouTube if I need to, if he can't find it himself. Well, Larry, is he going to hold himself together here to get to that 7 ball? Oh, he's gone dead straight pretty much. And the 6 ball is fairly tight past the 8, and he's going to have to maybe work this a bit. I mean, this is not a great angle to get anywhere near good on this 6 ball. He's just trying to run through to get as straight as he can to make it easier to drop it in, and that couldn't have been played any better. But he's going to have to use all of that pocket. All he has to do is drop it in, and he's going to be back in the lead. So 6-5 to Larry. When the 6 ball was thinking about it, and Stubb has got an easy start from the dry break. There's a big pocket with that 9 ball there. Gentle in the 2, just to keep it over the pocket, and it should be all square again in a couple of minutes. Well, this is well into bedhead territory to end up there, and Larry should be ready to pounce. Yeah, that's just asking far too much. And has Stubb got out of jail again, has he? Would you believe it? Well, it's not difficult, and Larry just basically needs to jump over the 8, and he's got the 5, and just catch half the ball, because he doesn't want to follow it in. Well, he's made sure he's not going to do that, but he needs to get good in the 7. Well, this is another little tester for a 2-rack lead. In goes the 7. And Larry with the break. Eight ball goes in. 4 ball over the pocket. Now what does Larry do here? Because he's got no shot in the 1. Well, he's got to look for something safe, and he's just going to try and, is he going to try and just brush the 1 and run over towards the 7? How's the pace? It looks not bad to me. It's not bad at all. But I think Stubb is going to go for the cut. Yep, there you go. And again, it's an open invitation to run these balls. There's no issue. The only issue is Stubb just getting himself out of shape and having to dig out these pots. Well, he could have played that better. He's not really got there. He's just going to have to, again, check this slightly to bring it straighter off that far rail. And that'll do. So Stubb is back to within 1. And if he can get a ball and a shot this time, and I think he has, the 3 balls also get in, but he's not got the shot. He's locked out behind the 2, and it's the old heave-ho, and he's left it awkward. It's awkward, but it's a chance that there is a lifeline for Stubb. That 6 ball is going nowhere. Yeah, these shots are just becoming tougher. It's been a long tournament for both players, but it was a tough shot anyway. But Larry has been showing signs of just a little bit of a fatigue setting in. Yes, it is, Tam. You're late in the go. It's been a long night for me. I've been streaming since 6 o'clock. That Semipro wanwa match went off when it wasn't on the bracket. The 2 of them were there and they arranged the match, and we watched it. And now we've been watching pretty much most of Friday night 9 ball. And Larry was sent to the 1-loss side by Stubb earlier on in the tournament, and Larry is looking for revenge, and the only lifeline for Larry is that 6 ball. It remains on the rail. I'm on my last legs. I need a coffee, and as I said, I need a couple of tabs because my head is splitting, and that's not improved anything. I've been staring at my PC all day. My PC's been on since 8:05 this morning, as you know, because I was on playing cowboy and whatever, and I've been on Eurotruck for a few hours as well. So this staring at the screen has given me a splitting head. Well, Stubbs tried to improve the situation. I don't know whether he's got. No, he hasn't. He's the wrong side. He's going to have to try and create a combo here on this 6 and 7. I think he should take his medicine and try that. I don't think he should try anything else. I'm still, my last day is tomorrow, Potman. That's why, as I said, that the match at 7 o'clock tomorrow night is a one-loss side match, so hopefully it won't last much longer than 90 minutes. That's provided both of these players can make some decent contributions and get it over quick, because I've got to be hopefully in my bed about 8:30, up for 2:30 on Sunday morning to start at 4, and hopefully that's the last one I have to do. And Stubbs got there one way or another. He's got one more dodgy cut here on this 6 ball, and we're going to be all square again, because he's got to be on the 9. I think it's the Old Firm game tomorrow, so Rangers are 16 points in front. It's at Ibrox, I think, because they won at Parkhead, and Celtic got 3 games in hand. They go there tomorrow and they lose. I would say they've lost the league. It's a big tall order. They need Rangers to start making mistakes, and they haven't been making any. Oh, Steve's woke up. He's in to watch a bit of it. So Larry, again, a difficult cut in the 1, and Stubb will take this out. Well, he's got the 2 hanging right over the pocket, so it's just a straight draw. Oh, he had an angle. I thought he was dead straight, so he's used the little angle he's got, and he's got the little angle again on the 3, which he needs to get out for the 4. But everything's sitting pretty here, and Stubb, well, having been trailing by 2, is looking odds on to get back into the lead and to be within 1 of this week's Friday night 9 ball. Well, he needs to make sure he comes high enough in the 7, and he's done that. So this is a final reminder, guys. If you can force yourself out your bed tomorrow morning, we've got the match between Larry and Snake Eyes at 8 AM tomorrow morning. On the winner's side, race to 200 in the VP4 Straight Pool World Championships. And so Stubb is on the hill. That's the thing, have any of you guys ever watched that film The Hill? Because it should still be on the iPlayer. That's a cracking picture with Sean Connery, set in a North African fort or a prison. It's a brilliant film. I don't think many people have seen it, but if it's still on iPlayer and you've never seen it, then get it on to watch it. That's a film you need to watch. The other film, one of Sean Connery's early films as well, was what was that one with the trucks? That's another cracking film. Hell Drivers, British film, made in about 1956 or something like that. That was one of Sean Connery's first films, and it's another great film. Stanley Baker in it. You've got Patrick McGoohan in it. You've got him that was who do you call him that was in the Clouseau films, along with what do you call him? Herbert Lom is in it. There are a lot of great actors in it. Herbert Lom, who was in the Pink Panther films. He's in that film, Hell Drivers, and the first Doctor Who's in it as well. He's the boss of the truck company. That's a good film to watch. There's a lot of, I tell you something, a lot of folk watch a lot of crap nowadays, whereas I'm more inclined to watch an awful lot of films. Well, when I was growing up, that was the kind of stuff that my mother and father watched, because that was back in the days when we only had one telly. And I would end up watching Cagney films and all of that stuff, and John Wayne films, all the stuff my dad liked. But there's an awful lot of good old British films to watch that a lot of folk wouldn't even give them a second look, and they don't know what they're missing. But that's one film to watch if you ever get the chance, The Hill, and you'll know what The Hill is all about when you see it. It's a form of punishment. Another good film's The Long, the Short and the Tall, which is another British Army film. I think set in, it's either Burma or somewhere like that, in the jungles. That's another good film, because that's got, what's his name in it? A lot of British actors in it. What the hell's him? I can't remember his name, but I can't remember the Irish one that was in it as well. Peter O'Toole's pal, Peter O'Toole's drinking buddy. Oh shit, he was in A Man Called Horse and all of that. I can't remember his name at this time of night. But anyway, that's another great film. And you know something? Out of all the stuff that was on during, what do you call him, Richard Harris, but all the films that was on during the Christmas week, do you know the only film I actually sat down and watched, because I was either having my, I can't remember, it was lunch or whatever, I'd come home from work, I switched the telly on, and guess what was on during the week? Planes, Trains and Automobiles. And I watched that, and that's the only film I've watched and had a damn good laugh at, with Steve Martin and John Candy. Oh, I tell you, John Candy's such a bloody annoying pain in the arse in that film. But what a salesman! I mean, what a salesman he is! Oh dear, that's the only film I actually sat and watched and had a good laugh at, and I've seen it 5 or 6 times. Yeah, Uncle Buck was on as well. I watched it. I watched a bit of it. I've seen it umpteen times. But everything else, I mean, I haven't. I've seen. Right, you know what was on the day again? Oliver. Watched a bit of it. I've seen it 100 times every Christmas in the last goodness knows how many years I've seen it. The only thing that hasn't been on this year, and I haven't seen this year, is The Wizard of Oz. And if it has been on, I don't know what channel it was on. But it's the only one that hasn't appeared. We've had Oliver on. We've had bloody Ben-Hur was on the day again. Do you know the unusual thing about Ben-Hur? There's something you've maybe never noticed. And The Godfather, I don't know about the end of the Godfather film, but certainly if you look at Ben-Hur, the unusual thing about that film is there are no credits on it whatsoever. The only thing is the opening titles come up with the director, a such and such, whatever it is, production, and Stubb has run out 9/7 while I'm talking about films. But anyway, there are no credits at the end of the film either, so you don't know who's in it. But John LeMaisure's in it, and he doesn't get a credit because nobody gets a credit. Well, Stubb has done well. Larry was falling apart at the seams. He was showing frayed edges, but from 6-3 down earlier on against Cobra, he came back and beat Cobra, sent him to the one-loss side, and He's come through tonight and he's won 9-7 in the final and deserved to win. And how long's that tournament? Well, that tournament lasted 3.5 hours. I've done 4.5 hours. I'm knackered and I'm going for a coffee and a couple of tabs. So guys, I wish you good night. Hopefully you can join me tomorrow sometime. Remember, if you can't join us, you don't need to rush. It'll be on YouTube. You'll be able to watch the matches on my YouTube channel later on in the day. So with that, take care, stay safe, wear your mask, keep your distance, get your vaccine if you want to risk it, and I'll see you again soon. Good night.